the IOD Global Virtual Session on Corporate Governance and Sustainability, and felicitation of Golden Peacock Award winners for excellence in corporate governance and sustainability, both in national and global categories for the year 2021. The theme, Preparing the Future Boards in a VUCA World, New Trends in Corporate Governance and Sustainability, focuses on immediate attention to be paid on corporate governance for ensuring maximum productivity levels. It's heartening to note that the companies who will be felicitated today have shown remarkable and outstanding acumen in difficult times and have been the front runners globally. Economic uncertainty, climate variations, COVID-19 pandemic, and now the geopolitics have created uncertainty of unparalleled nature. In normal times, organizations faced numerous uncertainties and boards deal with the challenge by relying on established structures and processes. These are designed to reduce uncertainty and support calculated bets to manage the residual risks. In serious crises, however, uncertainty reaches extreme levels, and the normal way of working becomes overstrained. At such times, traditional business operating models rarely prove adequate, and organizations with inadequate processes can quickly find themselves facing existential threats. Uncertainty has to be measured in terms of magnitude and duration. Recent past has seen these in extreme magnitude, and the industry has been responding by creating flexible and resilient models to maintain productivity at an appropriate level. Dealing with ESG issues and SDGs focus on corporate governance practices based on carbon neutral sustainability approach. This is a challenge, and every industry has to play its important role. Over 500 companies worldwide have signed Global Compact on attaining net zero by 2050. The boards will have to be proactive and decide on converting challenges into opportunities. IOD therefore considered appropriate to invite the father of modern marketing, Professor Dr. Philip Kotler, to advise on global marketing strategies and challenging times. For over the last 50 years, Kotler has been the global marketing guru. We have the renowned international corporate governance expert, Professor Judge Marvin E. King, chairman of the King Committee on Corporate Governance, to advise on preparing the boards for the future, to overcome vulnerabilities and uncertainties as the business risk and ensure resilience and flexibility leading to resurgence of economy. This is also an occasion to felicitate the business warriors from India and abroad and for their contribution in keeping the economy growing. I have great pleasure inviting Dr. Graham Wilson, a pillar of IOD family since inception and an expert on leadership and organization development at the University of Oxford, UK, to conduct today's proceedings. No one could be a better choice to be the master of ceremonies for the day. I request Dr. Graham Wilson to take over. Graham, you may start.
Thank you very much indeed, Pradeep. I'm hoping that the video is now switched on. Yes, indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, good morning from Oxford, where it's a beautiful sunny day, and also good afternoon to all of our distinguished guests from around the world, including, of course, India. I'm delighted to be your host for this special occasion. On behalf of the IOD India, it's my pleasure and honour to welcome you to the IOD's global virtual session on corporate governance and sustainability, focusing on the theme of the future boards in the VUCA world and also the facilitation of the Golden Peacock Award winners for the year 2021. The role of the board is evolving. It's purpose-driven, sustainability-orientated and focusing on culture shaping, while safeguarding its reputation and the reputation of organisations, indeed of the whole economy as in completeness. These have all become very significant key areas and very important trends for the board agendas. It's become even more crucial amid ongoing pandemic, digital disruption, socioeconomic volatility and uncertainty. As per the IOD's recent survey, boards of the future are being expected to take a more active lead in steering their organisations with a special emphasis on long-term value creation. This IOD's global virtual session will highlight some of the key trends that boards and their directors need to be giving attention to in navigating during these times of both transition and crisis. Today, among us, some of the world's leading experts who should be sharing their insights on how to build and shape boards and making them future ready. I'm delighted to see how India has made tremendous progress in its economic and social development, excuse me, and has now become the fastest growing economy in the world. For many years through its conferences and publications, the IOD has championed corporate governance and sustainability. The Golden Peacock Awards, which it's now celebrating their 30th anniversary, recognise the achievements in all of these areas. So today, it's a very special day as we celebrate the achievements of those organisations that have undertaken significant initiatives to enhance their reputation, governance and sustainability practices and have created new benchmarks. They've gone beyond the statutory and the sustainable compliance requirements to achieve exceptionally high standards of corporate excellence. I'm very glad to learn today that we have guests who've joined from all over the world. We have people representing 22 countries joining us live today. They include the USA, the UK, the UAE, Australia, Singapore, the Maldives, Malaysia, Netherlands, Nepal, Tunisia, Austria, Denmark, Portugal, the Philippines, Spain, Turkey, Bangladesh, Switzerland, Sri Lanka, South Africa, Namibia, and I suspect others. A hearty welcome to all of you. Our very special thanks go to our supporting partners, the Institute of Corporate Directors from Malaysia and the Institute of Corporate Directors from the Philippines. And so, without further ado, I'm going to request Dr. Vivek Agnihotri, who is the Director General of the Golden Peacock Awards Secretariat and former Secretary General of the Rajya Sabha, the Parliament of India, to deliver the welcome address. Over to you, Dr. Agnihotri.
On behalf of the Golden Peacock Awards Secretariat, it gives me great pleasure, and personally, it is indeed an honor for me to welcome you all to the virtual Golden Peacock Awards presentation ceremony 2021. A wholesome welcome to all our distinguished guests joining us from different parts of the world. Let me begin with congratulating all the winners of corporate governance and sustainability in the global and national categories for the year 2021. A special welcome with deep gratitude to our guests of honor, His Excellency Professor Judge Mervyn E. King, SC, Chairman, King Committee on Corporate Governance, Patron, Good Governance Academy, Chair Emeritus, IIRC and GRI, and former Judge, Supreme Court of South Africa. Welcome you indeed, sir. And His Excellency Professor Dr. Philip Kotler. And I can't say much about you, sir. I have been hearing about you for last 30 years. So, Professor Dr. Philip Kotler, the father of modern marketing. He is S.C. Johnson Distinguished Professor of International Marketing, J.L. Kellogg School of Management, Northwestern University, USA. We are also thankful to CA Dr. Debashish Mitra, President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICAI, and Mr. Sohail Seth, author, speaker, actor, marketing maven, and founder and managing partner of Council Age India and founder Equus, They have joined us today on this very special occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy to underscore the tireless efforts and hard work invested by the winners to drive the economy during the pandemic period to make their businesses sustainable. All of you are eminently a great source of inspiration to all of us. Your initiatives and innovations have gone beyond the statutory compliance requirements to achieve high standards of corporate excellence. This year, in spite of the pandemic, the Golden Peacock Award Secretariat received altogether 199 responses for the 4 categories of the annual awards. Out of these, 94 applications were shortlisted, out of which 26 have been selected as winners for the year 2021. They are being felicitated today virtually. I am aware that there are a large number of organizations which could not make it to the podium, so to speak. In a keen competition, the grand jury would select only the best in the sectors. However, in my opinion, they are equally among the champions, as all the shortlisted applicants have shown extraordinary commitment to strive for excellence and exhibited a keen desire to maintain high level of enterprise to achieve world-class status. I am sure they will be among the winners in the days to come. My special gratitude to Honorable Justice M.N. Venkatchalaya, former Chief Justice of India and former Chairman, National Human Rights Commission of India, for chairing the Golden Peacock Awards Grand Jury. We are also thankful to all our esteemed jury members for their distinguished contributions. Thank you very much and all the best to all the winners.
Thank you, Vivek. I called you in between. I take you from there myself, and without bothering Graham once again. So, well, honorable guests, Golden Peacock Award winners, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all of you. Special thanks to our honored guest, Professor Judge Mervyn King, and of course, the Professor Dr. Philip Kotler, and Chartered Accountant Dr. Devashish Mitra, President of ICAI, Mr. Suhail Seth, a marketing Maven, and founder of Managing Partner, Consulage India. Today's Golden Peacock Awards ceremony will honor winners of global and national awards for 2 major corporate functional categories, that is corporate governance and sustainability, for the year 2021. These are badge of honor, a competition we have found that always brings out the best from the complete range of corporates. IOD itself, a few words, is a membership-based, not-for-profit association of corporate directors with the main role to prepare directors for future and keep them updated through training, networking, and special publications. Second, prepare future boards who can be more effective. Third is to represent directors' issues with the Government of India, conduct training courses, event management, board research and advisory, Golden Peacock Awards, and IOD publications and handbooks to guide the directors. The theme of today's webinar is preparing the future boards in a VUCA world, the new trends in corporate governance and sustainability. Well, as an introduction on a welcome, I will say a few words on each of these now. Of course, it is very important to recognize the power that corporates wield today. Of the top 100 economic entities in the world, 70% are corporations, whilst only 30% are countries. So see how corporates have become more important. The current complex, non-linear changes in the Earth system have been unprecedented in the human history. Of course, the VUCA stands for operate volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Businesses face new challenges in different regulatory and economic environment that we have collectively created. Cybersecurity is yet another frightening risk. The COVID-19 pandemic has been also an unprecedented human tragedy with far-reaching repercussions. Over the last 2 years, one of the worst health and financial emergency the world has ever witnessed. It had put brakes on economic growth and pushed the world into largest recession since 1933. The world is encountering immense political, social, cultural, organizational, technological, and transformational changes. A test of our ingenuity. Remote working and working from home have of course proved to be a mixed blessing. However, this COVID-19 virus is not going away anytime soon. Coming to corporate governance is a manifestation of owners' organizational beliefs, values, transparency, and accountability. Corporate governance is a way of life, not just a set of rules alone. It's a system by which an organization is managed and controlled. Transparency and disclosure are the key pillars of corporate governance. Related party transactions, conflict of interest have been the root cause of corporate governance failures. Explosion of interest in corporate governance is due to such recent global corporate scandals and the need to protect minority shareholder interests. Vital pillars of robust corporate governance include corporate financial markets, banking and marketing practices, fair and timely information disclosures, effectiveness of corporate leaders, compliance and regulatory enforcements. Good corporate governance practices transcend to compliance and regulatory mandates. Coming to sustainability, it's a complex concept, traditionally defined as the capacity of an ecosystem to endure. The 3 Ps, planet, people, and profit, they define sustainability. Roots of sustainability movement can be traced back to the global environment degradation, climate change, and societal and governance concerns like growing income divide, labor exploitation, and overconsumption of natural resources. The past decade has been a seminal period for sustainability. On 15 September 2015, UN General Assembly adopted the 17 Sustainability Development Goals for 2030. Business and industry play a critical role in helping India achieve its SDG targets to accelerate development of sustainable and resilient societies. Life on Earth will be unsustainable for humans unless there are major changes in the way we all currently work and live. As social concerns such as growing income divide, labor exploitation, gender bias, these bubbles came to the surface, more emphasis on social and governance aspects got included in the sustainability agenda. ESG has created a unique business model for inclusive and sustainable growth. 30% of the new investments today are in the ESG compliant companies. Even yesterday, the Economic Times India reported that Glenmark Pharmaceuticals has raised 228 million US dollars from Sustainability Linked Loan Market, SLL, to achieve milestones in their sustainability goals. The IFRS Sustainability Standard Board is likely to come out with global sustainability standards by the end of the current year for integrated sustainability reporting and disclosures. It will recognize triggers and drivers for sustainability initiatives, integrate holistic ethical solutions to bridge the gaps, and effective monitoring and reporting will strengthen sustainability as a whole. A few words about the corporate boards, which they want, about future effective boards. The future effective boards really require or include a shareholder-oriented ownership mindset, a digital, creative, problem-solving board for crisis management, a diverse, inclusive, ethical, and agile board to switch gears based on the situation, an innovative, risk, and ESG compliant board with social, ethical, and cultural orientation. The closer engagement with stakeholders, their ESG concerns and priorities are important. The Sustainability Development Committee of the boards, which most of the top big companies have today, for oversight and strategy for socio-economic sustainability goals. We need to identify new areas of growth, both organic and inorganic. We have to have an open whistleblower policy known to all, operate with a calibrated optimism with an appropriate safety net, a dynamic and resilient strategy to navigate through uncharted waters, and of course, the annual third-party performance evaluation and the board of directors. The focus also has to be more on human capital governance today. We need to sensitize directors on environment and social impact on the society. To end, I would just say my special felicitations and congratulations to today's award winners. Thank you.
Thank you both, Dr. Agnihotri and General Ahluwalia, for your warm welcomes and your introductions to us all, setting the context and the scene of the proceedings today. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to the keynote address. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is the second largest accounting body in the world. The ICAI was established under the Chartered Accountants Act of 1949, which was passed by the Parliament of India with the objective of regulating the accountancy profession in India. Today, the ICAI is playing a very important role in nation building. We're very pleased to have Dr. Debashis Mitra, who is the president of the Institute of the Chartered Accountants of India, who will be delivering the keynote address. Serving his third time on the council of the ICAI, Dr. Mitra has been serving the accounting profession for over 3 decades now. He's a practicing member. He's also a cost accountant and company secretary. He holds a master's degree in commerce, is a law graduate, and a qualified information systems auditor. He has a keen interest in academic research and did his PhD in the competing economics of organizations of a variety of different types. He's a member of the Board of Chartered Accountants Worldwide, the CAW, and the South Asian Federation of Accountants, SAFA. Currently in his capacity as president of the ICAI, he's also representative on the International Integrated Reporting Council, the IIRC. At the IOD, we're absolutely delighted to extend a very warm welcome to him. So over to Dr. Mitra for your keynote address.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson, for your kind words. To all the dignitaries who are present, a very, very good afternoon from India. I was just taking you through a bit of history about corporate governance. I was telling that Companies Act 2013 in India, they introduced this whole concept of definition of independent directors. They have got a separate schedule under the Act which talks about the duties of independent directors. And then, of course, we have correspondingly the listing agreements under the SEBI. SEBI is the Securities Exchange Board of India. And you see, it is akin to a Securities Exchange Commission that you have in the US. And this SEBI lays down corporate governance guidelines for listed companies. So you see, we have this two set of guidelines, two set of regulatory guidelines. And you see, the guidelines also lays down the interval in the board meetings, the constitution of the board, the number of directors who should be there, the minutes, etc. All these guidelines are laid down. But please note, these guidelines are something that has been in existence for a long time now. Now, what has also happened is suddenly the word called sustainability, which Lieutenant General Ahluwalia was just speaking about, suddenly this word has attained a new meaning. Suddenly this word has attained a new meaning. So what has happened now? SEBI, the Securities Exchange Board of India, now has a system of business responsibility and sustainability reporting, BRSR. They have this for top 1,000 listed companies, and this will be recommendatory from 2022 to 2023. This basically talks about sustainability reporting. And let me tell you here, you see, as a chartered accountant practice in India, and as the chartered accountant, as the president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, which is the second largest accounting body in the world, all this time, we used to talk about only one P. All this time we used to talk about one P, and that P was profit. Today, even us as chartered accountants, we are talking about three Ps. That is profit, planet, and people. Profit, planet, and people. We're talking about three Ps. So, and it has become so important. And let me tell you, the way the profession of chartered accountancy is evolving, keeping in mind the sustainability goals, keeping in mind the new era that is there. So today, when you talk about ESG, environment, society, governance, you see, these words have extremely, very big meaning for the chartered accountants today. And I'm sure for all those, you see, who are involved in management of the companies, they have extreme importance. Let me just tell you how the profession of chartered accountants is evolving. Today, we have developed a guidance note on carbon emission. Guidance note on carbon emission. We are hoping that the chartered accountant auditors would look into that aspect of a company's operation when they go out and audit, when they go the carbon emission. We are talking about climate change today, and today's board, if it turns a blind eye to climate change, blind eye to sustainability, I think the boards will have great difficulty in being relevant. That is what I think. And along with it, what has also come is the technological changes. Today, what has happened is, for example, in India now, from the 1st of April 2021, we have something called the government of India is mandating that you must, when you have a software which deals with your accounts, the software must have an audit trail. Software must, that is from 1/4/2022, they have introduced this. Software must have an audit trail. Now, they're saying that you cannot use any kind of software for the maintenance of your accounts. You need to have an audit trail for this purpose. So a board in the current times, must keep a watch about the technological changes that is taking place around it. It's so important that it keeps a watch about the technological changes that is taking place around it. Today, let me tell you, artificial intelligence, blockchain have, suddenly gained center stage. Many of us, we have heard about cryptocurrencies. Now, a board of a company today, if the company is dealing with cryptocurrencies in India, you have to make disclosures about those cryptocurrencies in the financial statements. You have to make disclosures about those cryptocurrencies in the financial statements. Today, the new budget that was just approved, you see, they are saying that if a company is dealing with cryptocurrencies, you might be taxed at the rate of 30% if you are dealing with cryptocurrencies. Now, how does a board understand cryptocurrencies? Because in India, let me tell you, cryptos are still totally unregulated. It's not regulated, it's unregulated. So the issue arises, how does a board understand about cryptos? Now, if you want to have an understanding about cryptos, you need to understand about blockchains. So you see, because the crypto framework is based on blockchains. Now, blockchain, as you all know, is some kind of a ledger, you see, in which all the transactions are recorded with audit trails. Now, this is the kind of change that we are, you see, encountering in the boardroom as of today. It's a huge, massive changes. And in India, there are certain changes which are very peculiar to the country. For example, Section 135 of the Companies Act in India talks about CSR. CSR is corporate social responsibility. I'm sure Mr. King, who is listening to me, you may not have CSR mandated in any kind of regulation of the country from which he comes from. But in India, you have a situation where the CSR is regulated and companies of certain size have to spend 2% of their average net profits of the past 3 years in CSR projects. So you see, today CSR in India is not voluntary. It has become mandatory under the aegis of the Companies Act. So a board member has to be a part of the CSR committee, which is a subcommittee of the board. And he has to see whether the requirements of CSR as laid down in the Companies Act is fulfilled or not. So this is the kind of, requirements, this is the kind of shift that has been there. You see, he was not required to think about CSR earlier, but today he's required to think about CSR. So that is how it is. So unless you are keeping a pace with the changing times, you are always going to be a relic. And in India, the times are changing very, very fast. For example, let me just take, being a chartered accountant, let me take you through the accounts. Now, you see, those of us who are listening to me, if you're from US, you might be aware of the US GAAP. If you're from European countries, you'll be aware of IFRS. Now, a board member in India, and if the company is listed, he will have to be aware of something called Indian Accounting Standard, Ind AS. Now, this accounting standard is about 99% IFRS. So a board member who does not know Ind AS or IFRS for that matter will find it very difficult to understand the financial statements which are presented in the board for the approval of the board. So you see, the changes, in the boardroom today, the changes in the corporate governance structure today, India has been immense. Lot of stress on sustainability, lot of stress on technology, lot of stress on transparency in corporate governance, and of course, CSR, a lot of stress on what you are doing for the society. So today, our director, who has joined the board, needs to be very much aware of these changes. Let me just tell you one last example, and I will conclude. Yesterday, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India organized a program for the independent directors of all central PSUs, central public sector units. It organized this program yesterday. And all the independent directors of the central, many of them, not all, many of them, they joined this program, and they were wanting to know what is the latest that is happening around us. Because one more aspect which I forgot to tell you was, the penal consequences for non-compliance by the directors is also quite huge under the regulations. The penal consequences is also quite huge under the regulations. So we live in very challenging times in India. And see, the corporate governance in the new era is certainly very different from what it was 5 years ago. I'm sure instead of directors, when it had organized 5 years ago, and when you're talking about building tomorrow's boards, it will have to less stress on technology. It will have to less stress on sustainability, which is going to be so very important. And it will have to also less stress. It cannot turn a blind eye from the regulatory requirements that has been embedded in the various acts. With these words, I thank the Institute of Directors for having given me this opportunity to share my views before an esteemed audience like that of yours. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Mitra. Thank you for your address. Thank you for sparing your time to join us. We have got a couple of questions that have come up from people in the chat. So if I could pose one of them to you to begin with. Disruptive technologies are not only challenging, but they're also aiding the work of chartered accountants and finance professionals, who are, of course, an integral part of the boardroom community. How do you foresee the future of the accounting profession in this respect? How do you see the accounting profession?
Yes. Mr. Wilson, let me tell you, today, all over the world, we give a reasonable assurance. That is, when we audit a financial statement, we give a true and fair view. Now, when I give a true and fair view, I give it because I do a lot of test check. That is, when I do the audit, I use a lot of sampling. With artificial intelligence coming in, you see, we might be required to do 100% checking of all, because the technology will require us to do, it will be available and it will require us to do 100% checking. So that's what's going to happen. Now, once 100% checking is required, then the expectation from an auditor could be, instead of giving a true and fair, why don't you give a true and correct? That is, instead of a reasonable assurance, why don't you give us an absolute assurance? So that is going to be a major shift in the way audit is done in the future.
Thank you. That certainly sets the goalposts for people, or at least the bar has been raised for them. Second question, as we're all painfully aware, in recent weeks, organisations of all kinds have had to respond rapidly to the extraordinary events that are affecting both local as well as global economies. I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on how accounting practices might need to adapt to accommodate such rapid decision making.
Yes, certainly. First of all, if you have extraordinary events in India, we say that if you're going to charge or show an extraordinary events in the financial statements, it needs to be separately disclosed. We make a distinction between extraordinary and exceptional events in India. Exceptional events are non-recurring events, but which are in the normal course of business. I repeat myself, exceptional events are non-recurring events, which are in the normal course of business. But an extraordinary event is a non-recurring event, but which is not in the normal course of business, maybe an earthquake or a fire. So what we are mandating in India is that if you have any loss or any kind of income because of this kind of extraordinary events that you are talking about, then suitable disclosure must be made in the financial statements. And it is very advisable that the readers of your financial statements must be made aware that what is the impact of that extraordinary event on the financial position of a company.
Thank you. That's very, very clear. Thank you. Third question has popped in. We're going to have to make this the last one, I'm afraid, because of the timing. But Now that cryptocurrency is being debated everywhere, how is the digital rupee poised to disrupt Indian businesses and the Indian economy, and also as the accounting system?
Yesterday, let me tell you, a similar question was asked of me in a press conference, which was organized by the Institute. Let me tell you, now there was this rumor that cryptos would be banned in India, but it has not been banned. Cryptos are still not extremely regulated in India, right? So you see, and now they're talking about disclosure of cryptocurrencies, you see, in the financial statements, because in India there is something called Schedule 3 to the Companies Act, which requires disclosures in the financial statements, which prescribes the kind of disclosures that are required in the financial statements. This Schedule 3 says disclose cryptos. And now in this new budget, we are having a taxation for crypto transactions at the rate of 30%. So you see, cryptos, I believe, are here to stay in India. Now, if you are talking about how to do accounting for cryptos, how to do auditing for cryptos, what we are doing at the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is this: we are developing a research paper on 4 aspects of cryptos. That is accounting, auditing, taxation, and technology relating to cryptos. We'll come out to this research paper in about a month's time, and I'm sure that those of us who are very interested in this accounting aspect of cryptos, they will get a lot of answers in the research paper that the Institute will publish.
Marvelous. Thank you. I think we'll all be looking forward to receiving that, not just in India, but further afield as well. So thank you very much indeed for your address, for your time, and for your responsiveness to the questions. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
So
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to the guest of honor, our special address from Professor Mervyn King. Professor King is appropriately described as a living legend in corporate governance. At the IOD, he's referred to as the father of corporate governance. A committed South African, a dedicated campaigner for justice and fairness, an accessible and selfless man, Professor King has changed the corporate governance landscape, not only in South Africa, but also internationally. Alongside the late Sir Adrian Cadbury, Professor King was conferred with the Golden Peacock Global Award for Lifetime Achievement in Corporate Governance a couple of years back in London. It gives me immense pleasure to invite our distinguished guest of honour, Professor Mervyn King, for his special talk on key trends in corporate governance and sustainability. He's joining us from South Africa. A great honour to have you, Professor King.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me?
We can perfectly.
Good. Thank you very much. Thank you for that introduction, Graham. I've been asked to talk about trends in corporate governance and sustainability in about 12 minutes. I could spend 12 days. But that famous blind woman, Helen Keller, once said, "There's something worse than being blind. It's having sight and no vision." Most of us online here can see. And what is our vision? We see a world which is constrained from a resource point of view, a natural asset point of view. We see a world that's reached ecological overshoot, a technical term for we, and in the main, limited liability companies, have used and are using natural assets faster than nature is regenerating them. Clearly not a sustainable matter. By the end of the 20th century, research was expedited as a result of the third industrial revolution of the 70s, the computer. And through this research, it was ascertained that companies, iconic companies, listed on iconic stock exchanges like the S&P 500, were exhibiting that 80% of the makeup of the market cap of these companies were not reflected as additives in the balance sheet according to financial reporting standards. What were these so-called intangible assets? And why was this change in value thinking? Well, first of all, we had from the middle of the 19th century to the turn into the 21st century, the doctrine of the primacy of the shareholder, and that the success of a company depended on increased profit, increased dividend, increased share price, even though in the majority of those cases, they were being subsidized by society and the environment. Well, at the time, beginning of this century, I was chair of the United Nations on Governance and Oversight. And IFAC, the International Federation of Accountants, called a meeting at the United Nations in which we debated this. And we realized that in corporate reporting, doing an annual report, which was the financial statements, according to whether it's IASB standards or the Financial Accounting Standards Board of the US or the Indian standards, which are virtually IASB standards, we were not being accountable. And it's a fundamental duty of directors to be accountable, because we were not reporting on 80% of value. This changed the mindset from profit at any cost, provided you kept within the rules of the game, Mr. Friedman, to are we creating value for society? The way we make our product, are we having a positive impact, or are there adverse impacts on planet Earth, which is already constrained? And so from a governance point of view, we look back to 1989, 1990. We see when Adrian Cadbury was appointed to form his committee, his remit was, and this is verbatim, the financial aspects of corporate governance. Notice 1990 still the focus on financial aspects, notwithstanding that by 1987, Brundtland had said that organizations operate in a triple context of the economy, society, and the environment. She used the words people, planet, and prosperity. And these are integrated. A few years later, another meeting, about 2006 at the United Nations, where we discussed again this question of corporate reporting and how companies are being governed. There were lots of rules, remuneration committees, audit committees, etc. But it was becoming a mindless tick box and an exercise that wasn't adding value to anything. It was at this stage that certainly I and others started asking questions about what really is governance and what is the future of governance, especially corporate governance in the commercial field. Well, we came to the conclusion that it was not about setting out a set of rules and principles and mindlessly applying them. They were outcomes-based, the same as reporting had become outcomes-based. We realized by the start of the second decade of the 21st century that we were now reporting, we directors were reporting in two silos, financial and sustainability reporting, according to the GRI guidelines, of which I was the chair. But that wasn't enough. That was divorced from reality, because the sustainability issues and the financial issues are not separated in operational terms. Financial capital, human capital, natural assets, intellectual capital, all these things are integrated 24/7. And so other discussions between Accounting for Sustainability, His Royal Highness Prince Charles's Trust, myself, and other leaders in this field discussed this and said, these things should be integrated. And so the International Integrated Reporting Council was formed, of which I became the chair. And what we said was, because operationally, the so-called non-financial, today labeled as ESG, is integrated with the financial, so should the reporting be integrated. And so the International Integrated Reporting Council was formed. Sustainability stuck its head up more than financial reporting. Why? Because we had the spectre of climate change hanging over us. Well, GRI, the Global Reporting Initiative, which was the start of sustainability reporting, looked at how the company made its product or rendered its service. What were the inputs into the company? What were the outputs, its product, waste, etc.? And when that product went out into society, what were the impacts on society? What were the outcomes from those impacts? From inputs to outcomes. That was 210. By 2015, the United Nations launched the Sustainable Development Goals. 16 of them, the 17th is collaboration. Clean water, clean production, outcomes-based. So I started asking the question, if reporting is outcomes-based, shouldn't governance, the way we manage and direct, be outcomes-based? For 2 years, we discussed this with iconic companies and leading academics and practitioners around the world. And the answer became resoundingly in the affirmative. And consequently, the drafting of what is now known today as the King IV report, in which we concluded that governance has to be outcomes-based. That's the future. That's the present and the future. Not just taking mindlessly a set of rules and ticking boxes, but mindfully thinking when that collective mind of the board makes a business judgment call, that what is it affecting? What are the outcomes? Well, we said there were 4 major outcomes, and these are they. Value creation, but in a sustainable manner in our resource-constrained world. Ethical leadership with ethical values with effective leadership. We had to accept that the company was an incapacitated artificial person with no heart, no mind, no soul, no conscience, and that the corporate leaders were the conscience of the company. And when something goes wrong, the wrath of society shouldn't turn against the innocent, incapacitated company, but against its corporate leaders. Adequate and effective internal controls, internal auditing, started becoming as important, if not more important, than external auditing, external auditing was focused on the financial statements. Were these financial statements in line and complying with the rules and requirements of the IASB? They were watchdogs. They were not bloodhounds. They were not there to see, as Mr. Mitra said, that what is set out in the financial statements are correct. Because in those financial statements, there's lots of judgments by the directors in regard to value of properties, for example. So sustainability in the second decade of the 20th century changed from looking at how the company makes its product and its outcomes. So it was inside out. But at the beginning of the second decade of the 20th century, there were two seminal events: the collapse of Lehman Brothers and the GFC. Both of them showed us that these 3 critical dimensions for sustainable development, the economy, society, and the environment, were having an impact on the limited liability company, its financial condition, its balance sheet, its operating performance, its income statements, its cash flows, its risk profile, its cost of capital. And so suddenly sustainability, like a coin, was seen to have 2 sides in the second decade of the 21st century. Looking from the outside in, how these three critical dimensions were impacting on companies. All this led to discussions of collaboration between this plethora of framework providers and standard setters, this alphabet soup. And it was the beginning of 2019 at a conference in London, when it was still physical, that I said it was a social outrage. And fortunately, I had the leaders of all these framework providers and standard setters in the room. It was a social outrage that they saw themselves as competitors when they were actually trying to achieve the same end result, striving to get a comprehensive corporate reporting system that whether you were in Timbuktu or Dakar or Johannesburg or London, you could read those statements and have a common understanding. People talk about what's measured can be managed, and you can only manage something that can be measured. Well, when you think about it, can you say that you're a successful competitor if you can't compare? And the comparisons were becoming diluted. And so the pandemic became the ultimate driver. When these leaders in the corporate reporting and corporate governance field saw that scientists in 9 months created a vaccine, they started collaborating and they issued their statement of the Group of Five. This led to the merger of SASB Sustainability Accountancy Standards Board that looked from the outside in to 77 industries and to the IIRC, integrating the financial with the so-called non-financial. And we formed the Value Reporting Foundation, which was acquired by the IFRS. The IFRS has now announced that by June 22, they will finalize the establishment of the International Sustainability Standards Board. But that Standards Board is going to be looking from the outside in. And they've coined the word interoperability to say, but there will be things where the president of the IRD India and I are directors of the company that don't fall with enterprise value creation, as it's now called, but actually are parts of the included in the financial statements. Interoperability. So the trends, to summarize and conclude, in corporate governance is it's outcomes based, no longer looking inwards and ticking boxes and seeing that we are complying with rules. It's got to be mindful, and in making a business judgment call, we, the collective mind of the board, has to decide what impact is it having on those 4 critical outcomes, so that external stakeholders can draw a reasonable conclusion that this is a responsible corporate citizen. And secondly, sustainability has got now double materiality, inside out and outside in. We have the ISSB under the IFRS focusing on enterprise value creation, outside in. We have the EU in the next few days will issue their CSRDs, corporate stakeholder reporting directives, which embraces the double materiality, brushes inside out and outside in. So you can already see a parallel development on sustainability reporting. The Securities and Exchange Commission of the USA only a few days ago said they will in the next few days issue their guidelines for financial disclosures on climate change of their companies. And the third phase of it will be to issue statements of the impact of climate change on your suppliers in your supply chain. So looking much wider than just looking at the company itself. So the trends in corporate governance is outcomes based. The trends in sustainability is looking and trying to find an answer to this double materiality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor King. An absolutely fascinating presentation. I've been looking at the the chat scripts that have been coming up, and several of the comments from people have been observing just how valuable having this context of the evolution of the thinking of these issues is to them individually. So I think it's part of our story that we don't necessarily communicate very well. An absolutely fascinating and excellent presentation. Even in my own field of leadership development, we've seen how collaboration and competition are being forced to be redefined as a result of the pandemic. So to see that reflected in some of your thinking as well is marvelous. I've got at least a couple of questions have come up on the chat for you. The first one is, how is the role of the board members evolving in the face of dynamic developments and challenges, such as the disruptive technologies, dynamic geopolitics, black swan events, climate change, and so on? What are the three key elements that boards should keep in mind while they are shaping future boards?
Well, the three key elements are the three critical dimensions for sustainable development: the economy, society, and the environment. The board cannot today make individually or collectively a business judgment call without thinking of the impact on all three, or looking at the impact of all three on that decision. So inside out and outside in again. So the board's mindset has changed. You and I, Graham, could have sat on the board 20 years ago. We would be focused on looking after shareholders, the primacy of the shareholder, improving the bottom line, and not really concerning ourselves how it was being subsidized by society and the environment. We've seen from the analysis of the makeup of the market capitalization of companies that the so-called ESG issues have become more valuable in the makeup than the financial issues. So you and I would not be discharging our duty of care to the company if we didn't take account of those in our decision-making process, and eventually arriving at a decision that we thought we'd dealt with all three, and also from a governance point of view, looked at the outcomes which I've mentioned. So the boards have become much more mindful today about these issues and actually ask. I used to sit at board meetings. I've resigned from all our public boards. As chairman of a company listed on the London Stock Exchange, as chairman, I would go around a board to say, we've discussed this for 45 minutes. We've read a 30-page management report. I think we're resolving ABC. Do you agree, Graham? Do you agree, so and so, so, so? I'll just pick on one director. And I'll say to him, Graham, will you please tell me in great detail why you voted yes? I want to know that you understand. And you've got to understand today in that triple context of the economy, society, and the environment. And it's amazing, Graham, how diligence improves, homework improves. It's amazing how I've got my directors standing on their toes. And it's amazing they talk through me, not across the table in a separate chat. We just get better control of the board. So these are, the chairman's role is absolutely critical in the answer to that question, and in taking those three things and looking through those lenses and eventually arriving at the business judgment call, which should be in the long-term best interest of the health of the company, not any particular stakeholder.
I think you've illustrated in your talk and the commentary that people have been picking up on the significance of actually understanding the historical context in which these ideas are evolving. I'm wondering if there's anything that you would say as your sort of top line of how director development should change in the near future.
Well, I've not only thought about that, I've done something about it. Because 3 years ago, I formed the Good Governance Academy, in which I said we need to combine SDG 4, which is quality education, with SDG 17, which is collaboration. I had lectured and spoken at Oxford, Cambridge, Harvard, Deakin, and all over the world. And one thing I started realizing 3 years ago was that the teaching of accountancy was not the same in every country, that it was changing. And it was changing dramatically. in one university, the critical subject was philosophy. You see that change mindset, change of thinking. And I came back and I started this Good Governance Academy, of which I'm the patron, formed international board. And through my international connections for over 30 years in the sphere, my next colloquium is on the 19th of May. So if any of you want to attend, it's free of charge. But I now have 5 million followers in 135 countries, just showing what I've called the Chief Value Officer. I've said, and IFAC, the International Federation of Accountants, agrees with me, that any accountant of the day who sits in the corner office and drafts financial statements according to the IASB standards has not done his job. The accountant of today is in fact the change maker, looking at these three concepts and value creation rather than increasing profit for shareholder. Is the company actually adding value? Now that accountant has had this public interest training, he's the right person to do this. And I've gone into C-suites as an advisor, and I see it is the accountant that changed it. So I started at my university, where I'm still a professor, and I started a postgraduate course, Chief Value Officer, in integrated thinking. And it's got approval from a higher Department of Education. It's a postgraduate diploma. Audencia, the oldest, I think, business school in the world in France, is just about becoming chief value officers, not just accountants. Because if you just think of the economics, you're only thinking on average of 20% of the value of the business.
Thank you very much. I think we're slightly losing sound and the connection, Professor King, but thank you very much indeed for what I think everybody has found a very stimulating and intriguing presentation. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
We're going to move on now to the next stage in the proceedings, which is the Golden Peacock Awards presentation ceremony. We're just getting my screen to move in front of me. So we're here to celebrate the achievements of some of the really well-performing assessed organisations that have taken part in the Golden Peacock Awards this year. One of the IOD's mantras is that competition brings out the best amongst our business and society. One of the prime initiatives of the IOD was the institution of the Golden Peacock Awards for Corporate Leadership and Institutional Excellence, which over time have become a hallmark of excellence, both locally and now increasingly globally. As I mentioned earlier on, the Golden Peacock Awards have now completed 30 years, and this year's winners are therefore particularly special to us. No award has achieved the same respectability as the Golden Peacock, which today receives around 1,000 applications each year across its various categories. And this is largely due to its clear criteria and the robust and transparent evaluation process. The Golden Peacock Awards jury is chaired by the Honourable Justice Venkatacharya, who's the chairman of the IOD's National Advisory Council and a former Chief Justice of India, and also former chairman of the National Human Rights Commission of India and the National Commission of Constitution of Indian Reforms. Based on internationally recognised criteria, the earnest desire of the awards is to recognise the achievements of the best, and no other business award today really receives the kind of recognition and adulation amongst its peers that the Golden Peacock does. So we're going to roll out the red carpet for our winners. I expect there will be some drum calls and some praising going on, and one or two rather grateful teams of recipients. The flow for this evening's presentations is that I will be announcing the name of the award and the sector, followed by the company names. There will then be a short video of a few seconds run by the IT team at the IOD, and a brief citation will be read out. After I've read that out, then the awardee will be announced, a brief acceptance speech, of no more than a minute and a bit will be acceptable. I may well interrupt if I need to. So without any further ado, let's move on to the very, very first of this evening's Golden Peacock Awards. The first session this evening is the Golden Peacock's Global Award for Sustainability. And the first sector for that award is the consultancy sector. And the winner of the award in that area is Capgemini SE of France. And achieve net zero emissions by 2030. Its company updates materiality matrix regularly in line with its integrated reporting framework. Collecting the award on their behalf is Mr. Chelem Masavayam, who is the Executive Vice President and Head of their Global Infrastructure Practice. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Grahamson, for that introduction. It's really nice to hear great speeches from all of you. First of all, greetings to all the participants. We, on behalf of entire Capgemini team, wish to congratulate all the organizations for winning this prestigious award. We from Capgemini are really honored for this recognition by Institute of Directors and the jury of Golden Peacock Global Award for Sustainability. Sustainable development has been a mission close to our heart at Capgemini, and this is driven through passion. Capgemini has committed to act on climate change by being carbon neutral by 2025 and becoming a net zero business. Objectives towards this transformation journey include transition to 100% renewable electricity for the group. In addition, Capgemini has also taken a goal of saving 10 million tons of carbon emission for its client through its consultancy and expertise. Capgemini has been passionately creating offices, campuses, and enterprise IT infrastructure that are eco-friendly, thereby contributing to net zero transformation journey and help to create the climate positive workplace. We're happy to share that Capgemini Bangalore campus in India is the first corporate campus to receive the Net Zero Energy Platinum certification from Indian Green Building Council. We once again thank the entire team at Institute of Directors for this honor, and once again congratulate all the winners. Thank you very much. Over to you, Dr. Grahamson. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for introducing your organization. It's a very well-known name, and congratulations on receiving the award. The second sector for this year's Golden Peacock Global Awards for Sustainability is the healthcare sector, and the winner of the award this year is Aster DM Healthcare from the United Arab Emirates. DM Healthcare is a responsible healthcare provider. They have embraced the principles of the circular economy and have rationalized resource consumption based on the 4Rs principles: reduce, reuse, recycle, and recover. The company has launched a Green Choice initiative as part of its sustainability processes. Collecting the award on their behalf is their Executive Director and Group Head of Governance and Corporate Affairs, Mr. TJ Wilson. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. I'm sorry that actually our chairman couldn't join. Actually, he was supposed to, Dr. Asad Mupen was supposed to receive and acknowledge the speech. On his behalf, I'm talking actually and receiving this award. We are very happy and proud to be a winner of this Golden Peacock Global Award for Sustainability by the IOD. This is the second time we are getting this kind of an international recognition. Couple of years back, I think it was in 2020, we were able to get a similar recognition towards CSR I was fortunate enough to receive it from Mrs. Rajashree Birla. We are grateful to IOD for this second recognition, and we will look forward to get many such things in the years to come. We have been taking a lot of initiatives and efforts towards CSR, sustainability, and ESG areas. And this recognition will definitely motivate and inspire all of us actually to take up new initiatives, new and challenging initiatives in the sustainability and ESG areas. Our chairman and the board are totally focused on these initiatives, and that's our driving force. I wish to thank our chairman, Dr. Asad Moopen, Deputy Managing Director Alisha Moopen, our board of directors for the vision and guidance, and also wish to thank our leadership team, my colleagues, and all our around 24,000 Asturians within our 50+ AST network of hospitals, clinics, and labs, pharmacies, etc., spread over 7 countries for their passionate involvement and commitment towards the sustainability initiatives taken up by Aster. This award goes to all the Asturians, all the 25,000 Asturians. I wanted to thank the IOD and all the leadership of IOD for this kind of initiative. And thank you very much. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Wilson, and congratulations again to Aster.
Thank you.
A very well-deserved award. Thank you.
Thank you.
Third sector this year for the Global Sustainability Awards is the IT sector. And the winner in this category is the International Business Machines Corporation, IBM, of the USA. IBM hardly needs an introduction, though perhaps some of its products and services are interesting new names emerging in the field. IBM provides products and services in the cloud, hybrid cloud, artificial intelligence, blockchain, hardware, quantum computing, and cybersecurity. Its company is on track to achieve net zero carbon footprint by 2030 by prioritizing its reduction in emissions, energy efficiency efforts, and increased clean energy use across over 175 countries in which it operates. Collecting the award on their behalf is Priti Kadam, who's their Programme Manager for Corporate Environment Affairs. Over to you, Ms. Kadam.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be with you here today on behalf of Vice President Wayne Bolter, Corporate Environment Affairs and Product Safety, and all our colleagues across the world. I'm so pleased to receive this award. Your recognition tells us that our efforts in sustainability area in India and around the world are making a real difference. Knowing this is gratifying. This recognition encourages us to inspires us to do even more. IBM has a long-standing commitment to environment leadership. In fact, our first environment policy was published more than half a century ago in 1971. Our robust environment management system has served us well, and setting goals has long been an essential part of that system. And with formal goals in energy conservation since 1970, pollution prevention and recycling since 1980, design for environment since 1991, ISO 14001 since 1996, and CO2 since 2000. There is a long list, so I'm going to stop here. And we recently conducted an extensive review and evaluation of our goals against our business and its intersections with the environment. As a result, in 2021, we announced IBM's 21 goals for environment sustainability. They not only cover climate and energy, but they also cover pollution prevention, conservation, preservation of biodiversity, product stewardship, value chain, and supply chain. Many of these goals are new, some have been updated, and others are continuing. I'd like to make a special mention of the guiding principles for the establishment of these goals, and that's transparency and authenticity. We established near-term goals and to promote action and accountability. To accompany any long-term goals, we encompass 100% of business operations unless otherwise specified, and we adjust our goals for acquisitions and divestitures. And of course, we avoid opaque representations of our achievements. Again, on behalf of my colleagues across the world, I thank you for this honor.
Thank you very much indeed, Priti Kadam, and congratulations again to IBM, a very well-deserved award. The next area is also in the IT sector, and the Global Sustainability Golden Peacock Award in this area goes to Genpact Limited from Bermuda. Genpact provides services in IT and the ITES sector. The company is registered with Carbon Disclosure Project, CDP, and has signed a pledge for limiting global warming to achieve net zero carbon footprint by 2050. Receiving the award on their behalf is Mr. Amit Ganguly, who is the Vice President of Environmental Health and Safety and Sustainability. Over to you, Mr. Ganguly.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Good afternoon, dignitaries of Institute of Directors, distinguished members of the jury, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to accept this award on behalf of Genpact Global. Genpact embarked on its first cluster GB project to reduce energy consumption across all sites in 2007. Since then, we did our first carbon footprinting exercise in 2009. And then 2011 onwards, we have been reporting on sustainability using GRI G4 requirements. We have signed up for SBTi. We are embarked on an internal carbon pricing model. And we hope to learn a lot more from distinguished platforms like yours. The process that we embarked on with you for this particular exercise was a learning experience for us. And we hope to work together with this entire community to provide a more sustainable future for posterity. So thank you once again. I will not take up more of your time. We will work together with you and we look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, and congratulations again to Genpact. Wonderful to have a representative from Bermuda taking part. Thank you. The fifth sector of the Golden Peacock Global Awards for Sustainability this year is the oil refining sector, and the winner of the award in that area is the Emirates National Oil Company from the United Arab Emirates. Emirates National Oil Company is a leading integrated international energy player. It's operating across the energy sector value chains. Its company has an aggressive GHG emission target to reduce GHG intensity by 1.1% year on year, and is on path to supporting net zero emissions by 2050. Collecting the award on their behalf is Mr. Ahmed Mohsen, who is the Acting Senior Sustainability Specialist. Over to you, Mr. Mohsen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Graham. First of all, I would like to thank the Institute of Directors for giving us this opportunity to participate in this award. And as an oil and gas company, this puts huge responsibility on us to contribute toward a cleaner and a more sustainable planet. That's why we at ENOC have a mission to deliver world-class, sustainable and integrated energy solutions. We do so by striving for excellence in operations, innovation, and happiness for our employees, customers, and partners. Today at ENOC, sustainability is integrated across our value chain, making it a base for our operations. And that's how we achieve sustainability. Hence, we are overwhelmed to be recognized for the 5th year in a row to be the winners of this prestigious award, the Golden Peacock Award for CSR and Sustainability. We also would like to congratulate all other winners for their efforts and dedication in the field of sustainability. We will continue our sustainability journey, and together we can help sustaining our planet for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Mohsen, and congratulations again to ENOC yet again to Enoch. Congratulations. Thank you. The sixth sector for the Golden Peacock Awards Global Sustainability Award this year is in the telecoms sector, and the winner is Tata Communications Limited from India. Again, a global name hardly needs any introduction. Tata Communications was established in 1986 as a public listed company of the Tata Group. It's engaged with its solutions-orientated approach and process-managed service capabilities of cutting-edge infrastructure. To achieve the company's sustainable vision, it's implemented a 3-year sustainability roadmap that identifies key targets, maps ESG priorities, and allocates the required resources to achieve these. Collecting the award on their behalf is their Vice President of Global EOHS and Sustainability, Mr. Mukul Kumar. Over to you, Mr. Kumar.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wilson, and very good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, I'd like to thank the Institute of Directors for the great work you are doing and putting together this award ceremony. In fact, it is an honor to receive the Golden Peacock Global Award for Sustainability for Tata Communications for the efforts we are doing to drive sustainable transformation through the various environmental and social initiatives, especially at a time when the planet needs urgent solutions to fight the climate emergency. To achieve sustainable growth, we are committed to investing in the 3 key pillars of our sustainability strategy, that is planet, people, and community. By pursuing a green economy based on efficient and equitable resource use and offering low carbon products and solutions, we are focused on abating our carbon emissions and saving essential ecosystems. At the same time, we aspire to reinvigorate sustainable development by creating employment, livelihood opportunities, resulting in improving the overall human capital. We shall continue to work towards our sustainability targets that involve climate change mitigation, water conservation, zero harm, community development, etc. This award is an acknowledgement of our progress and an encouragement for us to do more. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Kumar, and congratulations again to Tata Communications from India. That represents the end of the Global Awards for Sustainability, our first session this evening. The second session is the Golden Peacock Award for Sustainability National category. The first sector for the national category awards is the chemical sector, and the winner of the chemical sector is PI Industries Limited from Udaipur. PI Industries, listed on the NSE and the BSE, produces agrochemicals. There's a sustainability council has been formed with members from the board, executives and plant heads and experts on ESG. 47,000 new farmers have benefited by saving 1.7 trillion litres of water through the adoption of direct seeding of rice technologies in 2021 alone. Collecting the award on behalf of PI Industries is Mr. Rajneesh Sana, who is their Joint Managing Director. Over to you, Mr. Sana.
Thank you, and namaskar, Dr. Wilson. My apologies for all the inconvenience to you and the other members for a technical glitch last time. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Institute of Directors for doing this great work of encouraging corporates like us to keep doing interesting job work projects in the ESG space. I would like to thank IOD and the jury for recognizing PI with this honor of a great award of sustainability, global sustainability award in chemical sector. This is also my great honor to receive this award on behalf of PI Industries and all my colleagues who have been working in the ESG space, sustainability space for last several years. So this is really a great honor for all of us receive this award, which is really a great honor. ESG has been the central for our purpose, which is to reimagine the healthier planet, and also our values and vision, which we are living for last 75 years. So this is really a great honor to receive this award in the 75th anniversary of our company. And also, recently we also got recognized in the top quintile with S&P Global in the corporate sustainability area. As part of our strategy, ESG, we are taking up several projects, several initiatives, and one of the initiatives which was, central to achieving this award or getting this award was our efforts in building sustainable agriculture in India. We have been working with millions of farmers for more than last 7-8 years, promoting the DSR technologies in the rice cultivation by saving 20 to 30% water, in the overall rice crop, which means annually we are saving trillions and trillions of water for the farmers and helping them now going forward, helping them achieve carbon credits over the years. And likewise, many projects are being taken up, and ESG is becoming central to our overall strategy, business strategy. I once again thank you to IOD and all the jury members, and also congratulate all the winners of this event. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sana, and congratulations again to PI Industries. I think you highlight perfectly how Indian businesses can have such an enormous impact when they engage with their customers and some of the most important environmental constraints that we face these days. So congratulations again to PI Industries. The second sector for the national awards for sustainability, Golden Peacock Awards, is the electrical equipment sector. And the winner of the award this year is Signify Innovations from Gurugram. Signify Innovations from India is a leader in lighting solutions. They serve end customers from PSUs, private enterprises, and retail customers. Environmental, social, and governance, ESG, are their key factors discussed in all of their board meetings. So far today, they are recycling and reusing 51.5% of the water that their organisation is involved in processing through itself. Collecting the award on their behalf is Mr. Nitin Agrawal, who's their Head of Customer Services. Over to you, Mr. Agrawal.
Good afternoon, everyone. Very pleased and honored to receive this award on behalf of Signify Innovations India Limited, and also on behalf of the global Signify organizations which we are a part of. So Signify Global is headquartered in the Netherlands. And thank you very much to the jury members and to the whole of Institute of Directors for this award to us. So sustainability is not yet another program for Signify. It has always been a part of the way we do business. So even if you look at the purpose that we have set out for ourselves, it says to unlock the extraordinary potential of light by creating a better lives and better world, brighter lives and better world. So that itself symbolizes that sustainability is at the core of it. During the last, and we always have a 5-year program that we run through when we are working on sustainability. The last 5-year program that we had, I mean, we had taken a task in 2015 that we will be carbon neutral. And very proud to share, we are among the very few organizations globally and in India who are already carbon neutral. We are 100% using renewable electricity. We have a zero waste to landfill, and we are deploying this sustainability program across our value chain, be it our vendors from where we source, our entire logistics, our organization where we work from, and even our product portfolio on how we can build in more energy efficiency and circularity. We have been recognized at different platforms. So we are part of the CDP program. We have been part of the Dow Jones Sustainability Index for multiple years. We are the winners of the Platinum Award under EcoVadis 2020 and many more. As part of our continuous journey towards sustainability, now next ambition that we have set for ourselves is to double the pace of 1.5-degree Paris Agreement, and also to double our circular revenues. And that is part of the Better World program. And even as part of the Brighter Lives, how we can touch upon the lives of the people by providing light where it is not there, bringing in more energy efficiency. And also from DSI perspective, from diversity inclusion perspective, we have taken an aspiration for ourselves. So that clearly reflects on how sustainability is part of the way we do business. With this award, I think it is an honor and it is also a great recognition of the work that we have been doing so far. And it also puts a lot of responsibility on us to continue on this journey that we have embarked upon. Thank you very much again, everyone. And also wishing all my colleagues who have won this award. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Agrawal, and congratulations again to Signify Innovations, a well-deserved award. We move on to the third sector of the National Awards for Sustainability this year, and that is the insurance sector. And the winner of the award this year is the Agriculture Insurance Company of India from New Delhi. The Agriculture Insurance Company of India, promoted by 6 public sector financial institutions, was formed as an exclusive and specialised agriculture and insurance company to subserve the insurance needs of farmers and provide financial security to the rural masses. The board arranges teach and learn programmes in its offices to share knowledge and skills amongst its employees. It also is proud to employ 33% of its total workforce as women. Collecting the award on their behalf is their chairman cum managing director, Mr. Malay Kumar Podar. Over to you, Mr. Podar.
Yeah, good afternoon and namaskar. Thank you very much, Dr. Graham Wilson, for introducing my company, Agricultural Insurance Company, to the grand jury and the audience here and other winners. Thank you very much for that. Well, on this momentous occasion, on behalf of all the employees of Agricultural Insurance Company, I express my deep gratitude to the jury members for selecting our company as one of the recipients for Golden Peacock Award for Sustainability 2021. Well, with the permission of IOD and with the permission of jury, I would like to dedicate this award to 20 million farmers that we insure annually. And we insure them against the vagaries of nature. And as we all know, India is now the hotspot of the climate change. The frequency and the severity of cyclone from the Indian Ocean and from the Arabian Sea is increasing, and that is affecting 50% of India's population, that is farming community. Our country is smallholders, farmers basically, for whom agriculture is a livelihood proposition rather than a commercial proposition. And we are very proud to serve them when they really face financial losses due to the vagaries of nature. So what we are doing actually for bringing in sustainability in this insurance solution is we have started using satellite remote sensing science. We are using European Space Agency's Copernicus programs, satellite Sentinel-1, Sentinel-2 to start with. We also use United States satellites like Landsat 8, Landsat 9, and other satellites. So through this satellite imagery, actually, we are able to do this parametric insurance, which is in vogue in the country for such a long time, in an absolutely transparent, objective, and scientific manner. We can make payout of the claims in a very shortest possible time now, within 3 to 4 weeks, which was not there earlier. At the same time, we are trying to normalize the premium rates so that it becomes affordable for the smallholder farmers of our country. And I am really proud to share with this that our project, which we started in West Bengal, one of the provinces in our country, that has now getting some kind of footing with the other state governments. They have started showing interest in the technology-based crop insurance program. So thank you very much. I accept this award on behalf of all my employees, as I mentioned, and it's a recognition for our good work that we have done, and it will be an inspiring for all of our employees to keep our good work going forward. Thank you, Grand Jury again. Thank you, Institute of Directors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Podar. I think every one of these award winners has a fascinating story that we all ought to be learning more from and would love to know far more detail of. And yours is definitely one of those. So congratulations, a very well-deserved award. We move on to the next sector, which is the fourth sector of the National Awards for Sustainability this year, and that is the IT sector. And the winner of the award this year is SAP Labs from Bangalore. SAP Labs India is a market leader in enterprise application software. 77% of the world's transaction revenue somehow touches the SAP system, such as machine learning, IoT, and advanced analytics. SAP is represented in energy and sustainability areas. Green energy, electric vehicles, lithium-ion storage batteries all support their sustainability pathway. The award would have been collected this evening by Sindhu Gangadharan, who is their Senior Vice President and Managing Director, responsible for user enablement. Unfortunately, she's not able to be with us, but she has left us a video recording of her acceptance speech.
We're truly honored to receive the 2021 Golden Peacock Award for Sustainability. From all of us here at SAP Labs India, I thank the jury members for recognizing our efforts in creating a better and a much more sustainable world. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate all the winners who shared the same goal of a more sustainable future. I'm sure you'd all agree that all forward-looking organizations are adding sustainability, or the green line as we call it, as a new dimension in driving business success along with the top line and the bottom line. For us at SAP, sustainability is at the core of how we operate, and it is a central part of our business strategy. We are helping our 500,000 customers around the world become sustainable, intelligent enterprises with SAP's suite of sustainability solutions. SAP's products are empowering our customers to make sustainability profitable and profitability sustainable. In fact, we are building sustainability directly into our core business processes. And we want to lead by example here. Almost 95% of our operations on SAP Labs India's campuses are run on green energy sources. And we are aiming to make it 100% by next year. Our campuses are free of single-use plastic. Almost 70% of our transport operations are run on EV. And we are also enabling our colleagues to switch to EVs by giving them access to EV charging stations on our campuses. So thank you so much once again for recognizing our efforts in this area and the impact we are creating with SAP Sustainability Solutions. I wish the very best for all of our champions today. Let us all strive to work towards a better world for tomorrow.
Well, congratulations to SAP Labs from Bangalore, winners of the IT sector of the Golden Peacock Sustainability Awards this year nationally. The fifth sector is the mining and metallurgy sector, and the winner of the award this year is Tata Steels Mining Limited from Bhubaneswar. Tata Steel Mining has its main products as chrome ore and ferrochrome. It's referred as integrated chrome value player. Reutilization of slag waste, which contains metal in it, reduces their costs and protects the environment. Technology leadership is one of its organizational pillars, and a Council for Technology Leadership has been formed with its parent company. Collecting the award on their behalf is Mr. Rajashi Palit, who is the Senior General Manager Commercial for Tata Steel Mining. Over to you, Mr. Palit.
Thank you, Dr. Graham Wilson. Distinguished members of the jury, distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. It is my proud privilege to receive this prestigious award today on behalf of Tata Steel Mining Limited. Sustainability has always been the core of Tata Steel Mining's business strategy and value system, and it will continue to be so in all the future plans of the company. With growing importance of this carbon-free and eco-friendly products, Tata Steel Mining Limited is taking adequate steps in a very structured manner to achieve its sustainable goals with a focus on renewable energy, water conservation, biodiversity conservation, safety, and waste management. We aim to make Tata Indichrome, which is a brand name of our ferrochrome, our product, one of the top global and sustainable ferrochrome product. So thank you very much once again for giving us this award. We really feel privileged, and a big thanks to the Tata Steel Mining Limited full team for their passionate involvement and sincere commitment for this sustainable journey. So, and congratulations to all the winners as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Palit, and congratulations again to Tata Steel Mining. The second winner in the sector of mining and metallurgy is the National Aluminium Company, also from Bhubaneswar. The National Aluminium Company, which is listed on the NSE and the BSE, produces calcined alumina, aluminium metal with finished products. The Board of Directors has sanctioned posts of 4 full-time directors and 2 non-executive directors, and now 7 part-time independent directors have been nominated, which includes 1 woman director. It's submitted its sustainability report to the SEBI. Collecting the award on their behalf is Mr. Sridhar Patra, who is the Chairman cum Managing Director. Over to you, Mr. Patra.
At the outset, I convey my thankfulness to the panel of jurists for conferring this award on this company. It gives me immense pleasure that the dedicated effort to operate in a sustainable mode with all NALCO collective efforts has been recognized by the Institute of Directors. This will go a long way, and it will be a source of inspiration for all of us that the good work effort made for sustainable operation has been recognized. Once again, I convey my thankfulness to the IOD and the panel of jurists, and this accolade is a result of the dedicated effort of all Nalconians. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Patra, and congratulations again to the National Aluminium Company from Bhubaneswar. The seventh sector for the National Sustainability Awards this year is in the renewable power sector, and the winner of the award is Adani Green Energy from Ahmedabad. Adani Green Energy is listed on the NSE and the BSE. It's in the business of renewable energy electricity generation. It has a sustainability committee and a CSR committee, both with independent directors as members. Its single-use plastic consumption has been reduced to zero from its supply chain, and the company aims to significantly reduce its carbon footprint in its operations and productions to achieve net zero carbon by 2050. Collecting the award on their behalf this evening is Mr. Praveen Anand, who is their Chief Sustainability Officer for the business and also lead ESG for Adani Energy Vertical. Over to you, Mr. Anand.
Thank you, Dr. Graham Wilson. Thanks to IOD. Thanks to all jury members, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, today receiving this award, we are all proud and honored, and this we are dedicating to all our team members, all employees, and not only to the employees, but to our community members also where we do operate. AGL is the largest renewable company. It is a pure play renewable company in the country. We are operating with a vision of 45 gigawatt by 2030, and our vision is very well in line with the Government of India vision of creating 450 gigawatt of renewable by 2030 that was announced by Honorable Prime Minister in the COP26 last year. We are not only a renewable company, but we are thinking ourselves to become a responsible energy company. We are not only satisfied by creating renewable infrastructure, but we are turning this infrastructure as a water neutral, as a single-use plastic free, as a zero waste to landfill, and doing all of this with the best governance practices. We are picking the best practices from the world. So we are very proud and honored today to receive this award. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anand, and congratulations again to Adani Green Energy. A very well-deserved award, setting a precedent really for your industry. Congratulations. The eighth sector is the real estate sector, and the winner of the award this year is Embassy Office Parks from Bangalore. Embassy Office Parks is listed on the NSE and the BSE. Its main products and services are the leasing and operation of commercial business parks. Its committees exist on ESG, investment, stakeholder relationship, nomination and remuneration, debenture management and risk management. The company has shown 39% reduction in its overall energy consumption. Collecting the award on behalf of Embassy Office Parks is Mr. Michael Holland, their Chief Executive Officer. Congratulations, Mr. Holland.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Wilson, and to all attendees, to the Institute of Directors, all members of the jury, our gratitude. We at Embassy REIT, we are deeply honoured to receive this prestigious award, recognising our sustainability efforts over a number of years to take an ESG leadership position in the Indian real estate sector. This Golden Peacock Award for us acknowledges, it encourages high standards here in India across our industry in the ESG space. And it's gratifying to be able to showcase our Indian business to our 200 global companies who comprise our customer base here in India. We've recently announced our commitment to net zero by 2040 and 75% renewable power by 2025 in the short term. We plan to continue these efforts to provide high quality environments to those global corporates, to support the communities in and around our business parks, and the strong governance principles for our business here in India. We're genuinely grateful and give thank you to the Institute of Directors. Also, congratulations to all other award winners. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Michael, and congratulations again to the Embassy Office Parks organisation. Again, a fascinating organisation with a great impact. You can achieve so much for the community around you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We move on to the 9th sector, which is the aviation transport sector. The winner of the award this year is Bangalore International Airport from Bengaluru. Bangalore International Airport is a public-private partnership, PPP, build and operate project at Bengaluru. It has a sustainability policy and a sustainability committee, which has presented commitments to the 2030 targets. 6 pillars of sustainability are water stewardship, net zero carbon emission, community-aligned noise management, sustainable procurement, the circular economy, and sustainable mobility. Collecting the award on their behalf is Mr. Lakshmi Narayan, who is the Vice President of Engineering and Maintenance. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. It's my honor to receive this prestigious Golden Peacock Award for Sustainability on behalf of Bangalore International Airport. We sincerely thank the jury members for this recognition. And I would like to dedicate this award to the entire community of BIAL, or should I say KAB, Kempegowda International Airport, Bengaluru, and the passengers because of whom we are here. At BIAL, we have embarked on the journey to make BLR Airport the new gateway to India. To achieve this vision on our path, we want to be seen as a perfect example for sustainable growth. Our sustainability strategy is completely focused on contributing to the well-being of communities who live within the 4,000-acre campus and who are living surrounding our airport. We have adopted strong water conservation efforts, created a lot of water harvesting structures, and to that effect, we have remained water positive from 2020 onwards. When I say water positive, we have recharged the ground more than consuming. We also have further vision as part of our second terminal development and runway development. We have created multiple rainwater harvesting structures, and with the use of this in the coming years, we will be even self-sustaining in our water management. On the energy front, largely from 2020 December onwards till date, almost for 13-14 months, we were remaining 100% energy neutrality. For a few months, we could not achieve it due to the grid combinations, but it is our focus to remain energy neutral for years to come. We have many more such projects in our hand. There are many more projects towards waste management, noise management, and improvement of ambient air quality, healthy indoors, etc. Our aim to take sustainability initiatives is to a whole new level. And to that effect, the management has given us a vision, and I would like to reproduce that. To touch lives by nurturing a sustainable future through initiatives that drive economic, social, and environmental transformation. This vision is not for paper. This is a commitment given by the entire community to the state, to the nation, to the world. We take pride in doing so. And once again, I thank Institution of Directors for this recognition, and my congratulations to the fellow award winners. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and congratulations again to Bangalore's International Airport. A fascinating story, and I'm sure, again, a lot more detail that would be great to have the opportunity to share and understand. Congratulations. That concludes the second session of this evening's Golden Peacock Awards, the National Awards for Sustainability. So we move into the third area of the Golden Peacock Awards, the Golden Peacock Global Award for Excellence in Corporate Governance. The first winner of the award this year is in the automobile sector, and the winner of the award is Mahindra & Mahindra Limited from India. Mahindra & Mahindra really needs very little introduction. They offer solutions across the total automobile sector. The company has a very rich legacy of ethical governance practices, and it's committed to transparency in all of its dealings and places great emphasis on business ethics. Collecting the award on their behalf is Dr. Anish Shah, who is their Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer. Congratulations, Mr. Shah. Over to you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to be here today, and we are absolutely delighted with the recognition that the Mahindra Group has received, and we're very grateful for this recognition. This is special for us because it reassures our faith in the belief that doing the right things in the right way, the ethical way, is in fact the best to conduct business. And to follow these principles really helps build an organization where all our associates are committed to governance, and that's something that creates a culture that is a powerful one. Let me just spend a minute talking about our history, because this was a culture created by our founders. In 1945, our founders placed an ad in the Times of India outlining the principles under which this company was founded. That talked about the dignity of labor, doing the right things for society, and talked about governance. And that is a bedrock of our culture. And over the 75 years of our journey, for us, doing things ethically is not just a policy captured in a code of conduct. It is one that is truly ingrained in our DNA. We go to great lengths to ensure that business is conducted with integrity, transparency, and professionalism. And that is why we feel that this honor is truly gratifying for us. It's one that encourages all our associates to continue to lead in this path for excellence in corporate governance while remaining collaborative, bold, and agile, and staying core to our values. And with that, I would thank the organization at Golden Peacock once again. And we truly appreciate the honor you've bestowed upon us.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Shah, and congratulations again to Mahindra & Mahindra as the automobile sector winner for this year's Global Award for Excellence in Corporate Governance. The second sector that we're going to honor is the engineering sector, and the winner of the award this year is Honeywell International from the United States. Honeywell International is an American publicly traded multinational corporation, primarily operating in 4 areas of business: the aerospace, building technologies, performance materials and technologies, and safety and productivity solutions. The company has a very strong set of foundational principles around ethics, integrity, inclusion and diversity, and workplace respect. Collecting the award on their behalf is Mr. Jim Carroll, who is their Senior Vice President of Global Government Relations. Congratulations, Mr. Carroll. Congratulations to Honeywell. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and I'm honored to be here on behalf of all of my colleagues at Honeywell to receive this wonderful award. You know, at Honeywell, corporate governance is driven by the active involvement of every stakeholder, from the board of directors to our employees. And we believe that the cornerstone to this is fairness, virtue, and transparency in decision-making. And we have a responsibility to conduct ourselves with the highest level of integrity in everything we do. And this helps us sustain the credibility of our brand, maintain our strong reputation, and build on our track record of growth and performance. We cultivate a culture of not just meeting, but exceeding all laws and regulations in the countries where we do business, including in India. And once again, thank you for this wonderful award, which validates and celebrates Honeywell's gold standards in corporate governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Carroll, and congratulations again to Honeywell. The third sector, the final sector for the Global Awards of Excellence in Corporate Governance, is in the Research and Analytics sector. And the winner of the award this year is eValueServe Holdings from Switzerland. eValueServe Holdings is a leading analytics partner that helps clients achieve maximum impact by integrating data analytics and research-driven insight, textual innovation, and automation consulting. The company has adopted enterprise risk management policies to preserve this value through implementation of a structured process with a risk appetite and values. Collecting the award on their behalf is Sonia Rawat, who is the compliance head for eValueServe. Over to you, Sonia.
Thank you so much, and a very good evening to everyone. It is good to be here in this evening, and I want to thank you for inviting us. Also, on behalf of my organization, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the jury and the assessor. It is indeed a moment of immense pleasure to receive this award, and we are receiving this in a continued manner for last 3 years in the category of corporate governance, and we are truly humbled for the recognition given by IOD and the board. While I take this award, I must mention about the highly experienced executive team, which is driving force behind this success. And this award is certainly a result of their diverse background, their joint efforts that have always channeled into ensuring perpetual quality of services across all the solutions and services that we offer. This award, I would say, is not only reflects the strength of our effort, but is a benchmark for corporate excellence, and we are honored to have this. We feel proud at this moment to state that with all the cumulative efforts of eValueServe employees, its board and its stakeholders, we have ensured continued watertight compliance culture across the organization in an ethical way, and we have stayed committed to conducting our business with most integrity and fairness. Thank you so much. On behalf of my entire team, I would like to convey that we are very happy to take this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Ms. Rawat, and congratulations again to eValueServe Holdings from Switzerland.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
That concludes the third session this evening, which is the Golden Peacock Global Awards for Corporate Governance. And so we're going to move into the fourth session, which is the Golden Peacock Awards for Excellence in Corporate Governance at the national level. The winner of the first sector in this area is the beverages sector, and that is Varun Beverages from New Delhi. Beverages is a public limited company listed on NSE and BSE. It was established to manufacture, sell and distribute PepsiCo beverages in predefined territories in India. The board adopts and implements fair, transparent and robust systems, processes, policies and procedures as part of its corporate governance framework. Collecting the award on behalf of Varun Beverages is Mr. Ravi Batra, who is the Chief Risk Officer and Group Company Secretary. Over to you, Mr. Batra.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Varun Beverages Limited, on behalf of my promoter and chairman, vice chairman, board members, and the entire corporate governance team, take this opportunity to extend our heartiest thanks to the Institute of Directors and its entire team for recognizing and appreciating our efforts in enhancing the corporate governance standards of our company by declaring winner of prestigious Golden Peacock Award for Excellence in Corporate Governance for the year 2021. We believe that corporate governance is creation and enhancing long-term sustainable value for the stakeholders through ethically driven business processes. Corporate governance is all about maintaining a valuable relationship and trust with the stakeholders. We consider stakeholders as partners in our success, and we remain committed towards maximizing shareholders' value with shareholders, employees, suppliers, customers, investors, communities, or policymakers. We further believe that corporate governance is not a destination, but a journey to constantly improve sustainable value creation. It's an upward moving target that we collectively strive towards achieving. I congratulate all the other winners and once again convey my sincere thanks to the Golden Peacock jury for recognizing our efforts and giving a Golden Peacock Award. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Batra, and congratulations again to Varun Beverages.
Thank you very much.
The second sector of the National Golden Peacock Awards for Excellence in Corporate Governance is the consumer appliances sector, and the winner of the award in this area this year is Blue Star Limited from Mumbai. Blue Star is a public listed company on the NSE and BSE, and it manufactures electromechanical products and commercial air conditioning systems, professional electronics, also industrial systems for healthcare service providers, manufacturing industries, and financial services sector. The company has a very strong focus on environment, social, and governance frameworks, and collecting the award on their behalf is Mr. Sivakumar Ramani, who is the Head of Risk and Control Management. Over to you, Mr. Ramani.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Dear jury members, Lieutenant General Aluwalia, Dr. Agnihotri, Mr. Pradeep Chaturvedi, IOD office bearers, distinguished panelists and friends. It is indeed my privilege to accept the Golden Peacock Award for Excellence in Corporate Governance on behalf of all my colleagues at Blue Star Limited. We thank the jury and the award evaluation committee for recognizing our commitment to uphold the principles of and strive for excellence in corporate governance. Good governance has always been an essential pillar of Blue Star's success since the very founding of the company. We have always tried to stay ahead of the curve by adopting and implementing best-in-class governance practices. Our actions are governed by our values and principles through ethics, integrity, transparency, accountability, fair dealings, and the promotion of mutual trust, which are reinforced at all levels within the company. Our governance principles have been inscribed in a set of 11 values and beliefs, which we call as Blue Star Way, which guides us to follow the highest standards of ethical and responsible conduct to create value for all stakeholders. We firmly believe that for our continued success, we need to consistently adhere to the highest standards of corporate behavior towards every stakeholder and the society at large. Over the years, we have strengthened our governance practices, and it is our endeavor to achieve the best-in-class governance standards benchmarked globally. We also believe that our commitment to these governance practices enabled us to successfully handle the challenges thrown by the recent uncertainties in a resilient manner. I also extend my congratulations to all the winners and extend our deep gratitude to the award jury and all the organizers one more time. Thank you very much, and back to you, Dr. Wilson.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Ramani, and congratulations again to Blue Star from Mumbai. The third sector winning an award in the National Geek Golden Peacock Awards for Excellence in Corporate Governance is in the electrical equipment sector, and the winner of the award here is Dixon Technologies from Noida. Dixon Technologies is listed on the NSE and BSE. It provides manufacturing and design-focused solutions in consumer durables, home appliances, lighting, mobile phones, security devices, set-top boxes, and medical equipment. Each action point suggested by its board or committee is well documented in an action taken report, and the report is reviewed until it is implemented. An excellent practical approach to corporate governance. Collecting the award on behalf of Dixon Technologies is Mr. Ashish Kumar, who is the Group Company Secretary and Head of Legal and Human Resources. Over to you, Mr. Kumar.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Thank you, everyone. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to convey my sincere thanks to Institute of Directors and to all the jury members and the lead jury member, Honorable Justice M. Venkatchalaya. This award holds immense importance to Dixon family as it reaffirms our governance practices. Thank you for bestowing upon us this prestigious recognition and kindly accept our heartfelt gratitude. Dixon, as we know, is a homegrown electronic manufacturing company and provides manufacturing and design focused solutions across various segments. Dixon has over 18 manufacturing facilities and provides employment to around 20,000 personnel, both directly and indirectly. Also, with 1,600 plus suppliers and customers are associated with us, both domestic and international. Dixon's supply chain is colossal. With this scale and size, the good governance practices becomes all the more important. This award has brought not only some sort of containment and satisfaction to the management, but to each member of our Dixon family, but also to all the stakeholders who have been associated with Dixon Technologies. This award is reinforcement of our trust and reputation associated with our governance practices and is a hardened result of our continuous efforts and commitments of each Dixon members that makes governance practice as a priority while undertaking their operations. Also, I would like to congratulate all the other awardees. I am sure this award shall act as a motivation across all the industry, thereby making India as a pioneer in good governance practices globally. Thanking you once again for bestowing this prestigious award. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Kumar, and congratulations again to Dixon Technologies. The fourth sector in the National Golden Peacock Award for Excellence in Corporate Governance is the insurance sector. And the winner of the award this year is Star Union Dai-ichi Life Insurance Company from Navi Mumbai. Star Union Dai-ichi Life Insurance is a joint venture of the Bank of India, the Union Bank of India, and Dai-ichi Life International Holdings. The products include life-saving insurance plans, protection plans, credit life insurance plans, unit-linked investment plans, and retirement plans. Information Security Management System, ISMS, practices help implement the measures such as awareness, keeping software and systems up to date, protection at the servers and endpoints and so on. And the company has, as one might expect, a fraud control unit. Collecting the award on their behalf is Mr. Abhay Tiwari, who is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Star Union. Congratulations, Mr. Tiwari.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson, and very good evening to all. On behalf of entire SUD Life, as we like to call ourselves, Star Union Daiichi Life family, I humbly and delightfully accept this Golden Peacock Award for Excellence in Corporate Governance. I would like to express my gratitude to the entire Institute of Directors and the distinguished jury members chaired by Honorable Justice M.N. Venkatchalaya for bestowing this honor on us. Also would like to thank our promoters, Bank of India, Union Bank and Daiichi Life, in whom we have found strong and committed parentage. SUD Life is a 13-year-old organization promoted by Bank of India, Union Bank and Daiichi Life Japan, all with more than 100 years of proven track record of value creation, strong governance and market conduct. This year, we have been one of the fastest growing life insurance companies in India. We are also one of the largest insurers to support the government initiated affordable life insurance cover program with the name of PMJJBY scheme, wherein we have covered more than 10 million lives in the current fiscal. This organization has a long-term commitment towards our people, our customers, and all the stakeholders. We have taken various initiatives to build an organization which values trust and transparency, ethics and integrity, responsibility and accountability over everything else. This is also expressed in our values of empathy, collaboration, humility, and ownership, or ECHO, as we like to call it. We have also been trying to make small contributions towards the upliftment of the villages in Maharashtra, where the company has been proactively trying to help raise the water levels, crop productivity, and the agricultural and other modes of income for the residents of the villages. The company has adopted public, private, and people model with the PPP model, we call it, and with support and contributions coming from various stakeholders, including the beneficiaries, the government, and the company. And it helps to give a sense of ownership to the beneficiaries. The efforts of the company have made many villagers self-sufficient in terms of their livelihood. In consonance with the Clean India mission, SUD Life is also actively involved in building a maintenance monitoring system for community toilet and public toilet blocks in Mumbai, which will be accessible to all stakeholders 24/7. The project will help improve sanitation and health of the community members and ensure cleaner cities. The world is witnessing far more uncertainty, and this can be described by using the term Bani world, one which is much more brittle, anxious, and characterized by non-linear outcomes. Also more incomprehensible than ever, I would say. Proposed approaches to handle such issues which are emerging in this Bani world are perhaps flexibility and adaptability to new circumstances, greater preparedness like having a B plan ready. But the most important attribute which we feel is, which gives resilience in such uncertain times, is a robust ethical fabric of the organization and the strong values around governance. This is our second Golden Peacock Award in the area of corporate governance, and it is a great recognition of the efforts of our people at SUD Life over the last few years. It just makes our resolve and commitment to good governance more stronger than ever. This award will inspire our people to keep giving their best and to keep striving for the great governance practices in all the years to come. Thanking you once again for this kind recognition in the area of governance, and congratulations to all the winners present here today. Wishing you all a very happy and successful year ahead. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Tiwari, and congratulations again to SUD Life. A very well-deserved award. Congratulations. We move on to the fifth sector for the National Golden Peacock Award for Excellence in Corporate Governance, and that is the IT sector. And the winner of the award this year is Sonata Software Limited from Mumbai. Sonata Software is a global IT services and technology solutions company. It's listed on the NSE and BSE. It assists incumbent businesses to achieve digital transformation mandates. Shareholder satisfaction surveys have been conducted during the year, which reflected a level of 4 out of 5. The company has a secured method of sharing data with the board and its external stakeholders. Congratulations to Sonata. Collecting the award on their behalf is Mr. Jagannathan, who is their Chief Financial Officer, but I think I can also see several other members of the team.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Wilson. This is Mangal Kulkarni, and I have a CFO also along with me. Good evening to all. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon across the globe to all. At the outset, I, on behalf of entire Sonata family, thank the jury for considering our company for this award, for this prestigious award, and it's a great honor to be here. We are grateful to IOD for providing an opportunity, indeed a proud moment for us at Sonata. So what inspires us for such an award is a good governance is a key to win a stakeholder's trust, as it is correlated to company valuation. So corporate governance is not for the sake of compliance, but it is for creating a trust. So we at Sonata strive to provide world-class experience to all our stakeholders, and winning this award is a testimony, or rather an important validation of our efforts to create a trust amongst our stakeholders. And we thank our esteemed board members, our CEO and the leadership team for the guidance, and our entire team for the support, which made it possible for us to win this award. So now I request our CFO to say a few words. Thank you.
Good evening, all. Thanks to the Institute of Directors and all of you who have selected Sonata Software for this award. I also wish other winners of the award here. This is like a testimony of our consistent effort to adhere to the good highest standards in the corporate governance for this organizational practices. By implementing this, we will get a timely, effectual, two-way flow of information. We strive to create a very strong communication in the company's leadership and the management. We also make this as a corporate discipline, which will benefit the company at the utmost, and also to all the stakeholders. It is proven beyond doubt, and the message is very loud and clear. The company with better corporate governance will reward their shareholders and ensure to adhere and excel all the time. This will create a very good shareholder value. This has been repeatedly acknowledged across the globe, and this is also the best way to run a company in anywhere in the world. Thank you all for this award. This is a great recognition for our effort. This is the first time we are winning this award. We will continue to strive to get this award in the coming years also. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, and congratulations again to Sonata Software on winning the award in the IT sector, and congratulations to all of your team who've been responsible. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
We move on to the sixth sector for the National Golden Peacock Award for Excellence in Corporate Governance. That is the oil production sector. And the winner of the award this year is Oil India Limited from Noida. Oil India Limited is a Navratna public sector enterprise. It's listed on the NSE and BSE. It's engaged in the business of exploration, production, and transportation of crude oil and natural gas. The company has taken a lead in e-governance initiatives, and a board process management software is in place to take care of the board meetings. The company's strategy is to mobilize core competencies and resources of business to facilitate their working in partnership on projects that benefit communities. Congratulations to Oil India. Collecting the award on their behalf is Mr. Sushil Chandra Mishra, who is the Chairman and Managing Director. Over to you, Mr. Mishra.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It is my honor and privilege to accept the Golden Peacock Award for Excellence in Corporate Governance 2021 on behalf of our company, Oil India Limited. I sincerely thank the Golden Peacock Award Secretariat, Institute of Directors for initiating the award, and the jury under the chairmanship of Honorable Justice M.N. Venkatachalaya, former Chief Justice of India and former Chairman, National Human Rights Commission of India and National Commission for Constitution of India Reforms. for selecting our organization for this prestigious award. You will be very happy to note that this is the second occasion in the last 3 years when this award has been bestowed on Oil India Limited, which is testimony to the standards of corporate governance being adhered by the company. Our company's philosophy on corporate governance envisages adherence to the highest levels of transparency, accountability, and equity in all areas of its operations and in all interfaces with its stakeholders, including shareholders, employees, government, and other agencies. Oil India has always treated corporate governance as an ongoing phenomenon and an ideology to be imbibed rather than mere compliance procedures. It has been our endeavor to be one of the best practitioners of corporate governance. The company fosters a culture in which high standards of ethical behavior, individual accountability, and transparent disclosure are ingrained in all its business dealings and shared by its board of directors, management, and employees. It is certainly a very gratified and humbling experience for us. I also take this opportunity to extend my sincere appreciation and gratitude to all the Oil Indians for their ever persistent dedication and hard work for the company. This award has further inspired us to raise the standards of corporate governance in our organization and set newer benchmarks for the industry. We once again sincerely thank IOD for this honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Mishra, and congratulations again to Oil India. And congratulations to your team who are sitting there very patiently. Congratulations to all of you for your very hard effort.
It is everyone's effort. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. That then takes us on to the 7th sector in the National Golden Peacock Awards for Excellence in Corporate Governance. That is the paint sector. The winner of the award this year is Asian Paints Limited from Mumbai. Asian Paints is listed on the NSE and the BSE, and it's a leading paint company which manufactures a very wide range of paints for decorative and industrial use, as well as wall coverings, adhesives, and services. The company's governance structure, procedures, and practices ensure that ethics and not just compliance is the underlying principle in all of its business dealings. Unfortunately, Mr. J.R. Murugan, who's the Chief Financial Officer and Company Secretary, hasn't been able to join us this evening to offer his acceptance speech, but we wish to congratulate them very wholeheartedly, and we hope to see them in future award ceremonies, and hopefully they'll be able to be with us at that time. So congratulations to Asian Paints Limited from Mumbai. We move on to the 8th sector, and indeed the final of the Golden Peacock Awards for this year, which is the pharmaceutical sector. The winner of the National Golden Peacock Award for Excellence in Corporate Governance this year is Syngene International from Bangalore. Syngene International from Bangalore is listed on the NSE and the BSE as an integrated research, development and manufacturing organisation, providing services from early discovery and development to commercial manufacturing for small and large molecules to meet the needs of biopharmaceutical clients worldwide. Its quarterly financial results are disseminated to the stock exchanges within 30 minutes of the conclusion of their board meetings. Collecting the award on behalf of Syngene this year is Ms. Priya Darshini Mahapatra, who is the Company Secretary and Compliance Officer. Over to you, Ms. Mahapatra.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. It is my pleasure to be representing Syngene here. We would like to thank the Institute of Directors for conferring on Syngene this prestigious award. We are proud to be recognized with this honor. The corporate governance framework in Syngene is shaped by our 3 core values of professionalism, integrity, and excellence. At Syngene, we have placed greater emphasis on governance practices, which is derived from transparency, timely reporting, and a strong and independent board. Responsible corporate conduct is integral to Syngene's way of doing business, and we continue to raise the bar and adopt the best-in-class governance measures. Syngene has adopted several governance practices beyond mere adherence to regulatory and statutory requirements. We feel all this has made it possible for us to excel on the governance front and to win this laurel. This award is a testament to the ethical corporate behavior and the strong and responsible leadership at our board and management level. We are overwhelmed as this is the 2nd distinction received by Syngene in the last couple of months for excelling in corporate governance, and it is truly encouraging for all of us. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Mahapatra, and congratulations again to Syngene. A very well-deserved award, and obviously more than one that you'll be receiving, I'm sure. Congratulations.
Thanks.
That then brings us to the end of the Golden Peacock Awards for corporate governance and sustainability this year. Congratulations to all of the winners. A very spectacular array of companies and organizations represented, and so much information there that we could be gleaning from them and learning from in our practices. So we are moving on now to the next stage in this evening's proceedings, which is a special keynote session. The Future Boards in a VUCA World. The opening keynote address is going to be delivered by a very distinguished speaker, Mr. Suel Neth, who is an author, speaker, actor, marketing maven, and founder and managing partner of Counselage India, as well as founder of Equus. He's been the principal brand advisor to multinational corporations who are either looking at entering India or are in India and facing headwinds, either from a brand perspective or a corporate issue. He also advises chairpeople and chief executive officers across the globe. He's the mentor, and he describes it, sweat equity investor to and in many startups across the world. He's an author of 3 national bestsellers, a prolific actor both on stage and screen, having acted in 167 plays, and is also a well-known TV commentator. A very warm welcome, Mr. Seth. Please set the tone and context for this session.
Thank you, Graham. I want to start by a couple of things. We never imagined the world to be what it is. We thought we'd done and dusted with wars. We thought we had enough medical science knowledge to be able to continue a world without disease. The pandemic taught us a lesson. It taught us a lesson about fragility. It taught us a lesson of leadership. There were countries which became more and more inclusive, shut their borders, were identity seekers, didn't want to share with the world either solutions or the willingness to help. But we also had leadership from very simple, common people, people like you and me, people who were going out and willing to help people, because that's, to my mind, the tenor of humanity. More recently, Vladimir Putin cocked a snook and continues to at the world, and we're seeing the world mired in a warlike situation outside Ukraine and Russia, and in a warlike situation in Ukraine and Russia. Leadership is ultimately about goodness. Goodness is about humanism. Humanism is about empathy. And empathy is about the willingness to listen, the willingness to accept, and the willingness to seek both contrarian and views that would be aligned with you. What is the future of boards in the world? You know, I don't want to get into governance and all. I think governance is a word that is much more abused than used. Neither do I want to get into how boards will function, because no one can predict the future. Graham, you and I didn't even know 2 years ago that we'd be wearing masks. I mean, here's the irony. In the good old days, if you wore a mask to a bank, you'd be shot. Today, you don't wear a mask, you might be shot. So obviously the world has undergone a dramatic change. I think more and more people are looking for boards to be responsible. They're not looking for ethicality because that's a given. They're not looking for transparency. That too is a given. They're looking for ethicality. They're looking for a world which is led by people who sit in boardrooms, who understand equitable justice, who recognize the values of empathy, who recognize the values of trust and building of that trust. You've got Philip Kotler coming after me, who's unarguably not just a legend, he's a demigod as far as I'm concerned, and as far as most people in the world are concerned. Ultimately, marketing and brands are about benefits. Boards must learn to provide benefits. You know, I don't want to say whether it's a VUCA or a non-VUCA world. Tomorrow, someone will find another abbreviation, another set of jargon to confuse, to confound, and to, kind of set you off the path. In my understanding, boards across the world must represent the values of society and must inspire society to uphold those values. Companies are, after all, emergent. They are born out of the womb of society. They are born out of the needs of human beings. They therefore serve communities, they serve humanity. If we can't serve humanity with purpose, if we can't serve humanity with empathy, if we can't serve humanity understanding the relationship between company and community, then what are we doing? I've always said, in my world, which is a world of marketing, I welcome Professor Kotler. My world is a world where I see things not in black and white, because that's for television, that's for photography. But I see the world in its multi-splendored hues. I see a world which is increasingly becoming more and more responsible. The young are more responsible than the old. They want to usher in a new world order. They seek accountability. They're willing to take on the powers that be. There's nothing wrong in being anti-establishment. There's nothing wrong in disagreeing, as long as you are not disagreeable. Boards across the world have to recognize that their purpose of sitting on the boards is not to satisfy the SEC or any other regulator. Their purpose is to protect every single shareholder, every single stakeholder. Their purpose is to make sure that those companies behave in the most ethical manner, that the companies set benchmarks of trust and transparency, and that those companies recognize the fact that they also satisfy the needs of the community they serve. Much has been said about how boards are today becoming activists. Today we have this new term, and America is great for giving the world new terms. Not so many conditions, but terms for sure. You have these activists, I must have an activist board member. I'm sorry, you need responsible board members. You need board members who recognize that they have a duty, not just to the company, but to the community. And this is my first issue. For far too long, the corporate world across the globe has been very inclusive. It's a world that revolves within itself. It's a world that is more inclusive about itself rather than inclusive about the world that it serves. So the first thing that boards have to recognize is that they are custodians of the value that each shareholder ascribes to that company, of the trust that each shareholder has invested in that company, and the fact that employees have joined that company because they believe that they can do good, be good, and earn well. That ultimately is the fundamental responsibility and the role of boards. Whether VUCA, NUCA, SHUCA world, this is jargon for, institutes and organizations. I don't quite subscribe to that, I must confess. My second issue here is that board membership is sacrosanct. It's sacred. It's something that people believe that you can deliver by being on the board. It's almost, in the good old days, it's almost like a cabinet of trust. It's people who have collective wisdom and individual expertise. How do we marry those two? How do we conjoin both expertise and value systems? How do we mirror the value architecture that we so wish to see in ourselves? You know, there's an important thing here, and I must share this with you. I sit on many boards, and people ask me, am I an independent director? It's almost to suggest that there are dependent directors. Also suggesting that there are many directors who can't say what they need to say because they're not independent. Satyajit Ray, an iconic filmmaker out of India, for Professor Kotler's benefit, who got the Lifetime Oscar achievement, he once said about cinema, he says there are only two kinds of cinema, good cinema and bad cinema. There are only two kinds of directors, good directors and the not so good directors. Directors are not people who can fancifully tell the world that they sit on multiple boards or they sit on the board of this iconic Fortune 500 company. The value of responsibility is something that they need to recognize, to understand, and impart. It's not a boardroom that they are confined to. They are part of an ecosystem. In that ecosystem, companies and communities play together. Companies and communities coexist. Companies and communities feed off each other in the most empathetic, symbiotic manner, not in a manner that is either mercenary or in a manner that is full of avarice and greed. In that kind of world, what lessons do we impart? And I know the phenomenal work that the Institute of Directors does across the globe. And to my mind, that is not just creditable, it is timely, and I hope you continue to do that with the same torch that you shine, a torch which bears responsibility, a torch which honors transparency, and a torch which is mired in trust. Because ultimately, brands that I deal with, or brands that Professor Kotler has built through his academic journey, these are brands that people trust. These brands are made by companies that must be therefore managed well. And when I say manage well, profit and loss will come and go. It is what you do beyond business. And I haven't seen, I have to be honest, many directors in companies, if you talk to them, they're quick to rush about and talk of the fact, the kind of money they make. Everyone makes money. You actually create wealth. Wealth, not which is in US dollar terms or in Indian rupee terms, but wealth where you can give back to society and hold your hand to your heart and say that I have given back more than I was supposed to. I've been for the longest time advising the Tatas. And Jamshedji Tata, the founder of the Tata Group, said, the purpose of our business is to help our communities prosper. He didn't say that the purpose of our business is to make companies prosper. If communities prosper, companies will prosper. Somehow, and at some stage in our lives, whether here or there, we've kind of confused that equation. We believe the profit made by companies is actually a favor that those companies are doing to communities. The relationship has been altered, and the relationship has been made which is pretty unequal. My third thing is that directors must continuously embrace knowledge. This morning, I was addressing the Confederation of Indian Industry, and where we were talking about education. I said, you know, tragically, education always has a finite time limit. It stops when you do your master's or you do your PhD. But knowledge is unquenchable. And the day you know, or you believe that you know everything, you're dead. You're mentally, cerebrally dead. How much of knowledge are directors continuously embracing? How much are they revisiting the purpose of their existence on these boards? How are they looking at this whole ecosystem of knowledge and the application of that knowledge to the companies they sit on the boards of? Excuse me. And that's a question we must ask. And that's a relevant question. I don't even want to go into the debate of inclusivity, women representation on boards, because that's a given. You can't build an equal society when you have unequal representation. Neither can you build an equal society when the companies you manage have unequal job opportunities or pay scales or the way they hire people. So I don't want to, I know I have only 3 or 4 minutes left, but my genuine belief is that the world has recognized three things from the pandemic. And sometimes you need to be jolted in order to know whether your paths are working. I think the pandemic has taught us three fundamental things. One, the uncertainty of existence. And I don't mean life and death, uncertainty of existence. Number two, the uncertainty and the futility of planning. Sometimes we plan and plan and plan, and then boom, plans go haywire. The third thing that the pandemic has taught us is that we are one world. You know, Kenichi Ohmae, who was a managing partner of McKinsey in Japan, wrote a fantastic book many, many years ago, in the 90s, I think, called A Borderless World. Somehow, we've begun to re-erect borders. We've begun to seize national identity. We've begun to hold on to culture in a very myopic manner. We believe that we must hang on to the vestiges of who we are rather than what we wish to become. And I think the Institute of Directors, and through the Institute of Directors, people who you advise, people who are part of your organization, people who recognize the continuous value you provide, will recognize one day that you are not just an institute of directors, but you're an institution which allows people to flourish with equitable justice at the heart of what they do. And that, to my mind, will be transformational. Finally, thank you for having me. It's always a delight to share perspectives when people are willing to listen. I know we're in a virtual world. Most of you don't have a choice. But the thing is, it's important for us to continuously engage, to challenge the status quo, and to recognize that there isn't one solution. But yes, the problems are identifiable. The problems are visible. We need collective wisdom. We need collective thought. But most importantly, we need collective empathy. Thank you, and have a splendid evening.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Seth. An inspiring address, and one that's really focused us very much on the role and the far-reaching impact of our leaders, especially those of the future. There have been some very interesting questions that have just popped up, which I think it would be great if you could just spend a moment addressing for us. The first one is around the role of well, they're all around the role of independent directors. First one is, as you do sit on a number of boards, and the question arises of how can independent board directors really remain truly independent?
It's all in the mind, Graham. It's all in the mind. If your mind is clear and if your heart is purposeful, you don't owe anything to anyone. But you know, it's easier said than done. Today, the lure of money, the lure of commissions, the lure of bragging rights, oh, I sit on multiple boards, prevents people from their independence. The day you are enslaved to money, you will never have a real freedom. And ultimately, freedom is about a good night's sleep. It's not about how much money. You can never be too thin or too rich, but you can be truly purposeful and truly honest. That's the answer.
Thank you. I think that's actually answered one of the other questions that had come up, which was around how directors ensure their independence in that respect. And I think you've really summed it up there about the mindset. Just looking at the role of those independent directors then in setting a standard for the future, the question really then comes up of how can independent directors change the perspective and the perception of independent directors more internationally or more widely than simply on the board that they sit?
I think it's duality of purpose. Number one, a lot of global companies today have regional boards. So I know for a fact, I sat for almost about 21 years, which by the way is too long for anyone to sit on any one board, on the Coca-Cola regional board here. And one saw the interplay between the main board and the regional board. And the regional board was almost always subservient looking at regional issues. Until you had people like, Mukhtar Kent, who took over Coca-Cola internationally, who decided that learnings would be invited from across the world. So there's no superior and inferior, no mother hen and, baby hen. So I think if boards recognize and if large companies recognize the fact that good ideas, good people can emerge from anywhere, as we are seeing today in multinationals. Today, a lot of multinationals are hiring people regardless of their origin, regardless of their geography, regardless of their nationality. And I think the more you make knowledge the fulcrum and excellence the value and trust the harbinger, I don't think there's a problem.
Thank you. I think really this focus on the future and the future role of independent directors and the future role of directors generally is really seems to be a key issue at the moment. I was thinking about that transition to a different style or different approach, different types of people, more diversity. So thank you very much indeed for your inspiring session. Really appreciate your insights and thank you very much again.
Thank you so much and thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure and a learning experience.
For all of us, definitely. So ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our guest of honor special talk. Professor Philip Kotler is known around the world as the father of modern marketing. He's hailed as the world's foremost expert on the strategic practice of marketing. For over 50 years, he's taught at the Kellogg School of Management at Northwestern University, and has significantly contributed to Kellogg's success through his many years of research and teaching there. His book, Marketing Management, is widely recognized as the most authoritative textbook on marketing around the world, and he's known for popularizing the definition of the marketing mix. He's been lecturing many companies about how to apply sound economic and marketing science principles to increase their competitiveness. He's also advised governments on how to develop and position the skill sets and resources of their companies for global competition. He is really quite literally a living legend in modern marketing. He's significantly contributed to the understanding and the appreciation of marketing's potential to improve the world. It gives me enormous pleasure to invite our distinguished guest of honor, Professor Philip Kotler, to deliver and indeed to rise to the challenge of delivering a special talk on challenges in corporate governance while focusing on the future boards in a VUCA world, a world of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Professor Kotler is joining us from Florida. It's a great pleasure to have you with us. And at the IOD, we're delighted to extend a warm welcome to you. Over to Professor Kotler.
Thank you. I hope everyone can hear me. And Graham, thank you so much for your introduction. And I also want to thank Suhail for marvelous humanistic ideas. I can spot a humanist anytime, and I am one. I wrote a book called My Life as a Humanist. You can join with me in that view. Well, I am so pleased to be able to talk to the IOD people about directors. And I want to start with two experiences before I do the normal move to a set of slides. The first experience was the one that General Motors had with its board of directors. General Motors hired a company called EDS, Electronic Data Services or Systems, to help them move into a more electronic stage. It wasn't yet digital, but it was electronic. And in hiring EDS, they put on their board the founder of EDS, Perot, Mr. Perot. And then they regretted it ever since. In other words, yes, Perot is part of the future, and he's helping General Motors move into the future. But he's also an ornery person. He's too independent. He sits at the board meeting and he says, you know, gentlemen, let's admit it. We don't make the best cars in the world. We should. Well, he kept haranguing the board meetings over this fact, and they finally said, in agreement when he wasn't around, we've got to get rid of him. And they told him that, please, if you will help move off the board and say nothing about it, we will, there's $10 million we owe you, and that's at stake. So just don't talk about why you're leaving the board, and we'll be both better off. Well, Perot isn't that easy a person to work with. So he immediately started to tell the press what the problem was, that GM does not make the best cars in the world. And he went ahead and worked with Fortune magazine to write an article called How I Would Run a Car Company the Right Way. And he gave up the $10 million. That wasn't the issue. This is the man who also ran for president. Anyways, I know you don't really want someone like Perot on your board of directors if you can't keep down his volume of criticism. But you know, you need someone like that. Every good board has to have an activist, if we can use that word, who is trying to open the minds of the other board members. The other experience I want to share with you about good management has to do with my experience with IBM. I was asked by John Akers, the CEO of IBM many years ago, to help IBM get into real marketing, not to confuse sales and marketing. And I did my work on that. And they invited me to attend a board meeting, which is a rare experience. IBM's board consisted of only 13 people. What puzzled me more is that there was only one non-American on the board from Switzerland, a good guy. Here was IBM making most of its money from Japan, and there was no one from Japan on the board, things like that. But I attended the meeting, and it was a 3-day meeting. I didn't say anything at the meeting. I wanted to observe. And they ran it in a way which I have to give them credit for, because every board ought to have a long meeting, even a 3-day meeting, that covers 3 themes. What were the themes? The first day was spent in listening to 3 people invited to talk to them, who were the heads of 3 big customer companies that IBM served. I think one of them was Budweiser, the big beer company. So that day was spent in asking those big customers and their CEOs, how are we doing with you? Well, they got a mouthful. One of the visitors said, yeah, I'm the CEO of X, but every time I try to reach my person at IBM, he's busy. He gets back to me half a day later. And so what that was about is every board should listen to their chief or major customers. Are you satisfied with us? How can we do better? Second day, IBM wants to hear how well they're doing with their branches around the world. They've already heard from their customers, but how are they doing with their branches? One of the largest branches was in Chicago, and it managed all the insurance business and other business in the Chicago region. And the head of that branch, who works for IBM, stood up and he said, gentlemen, thank you for inviting me. I'm not happy with headquarters. Headquarters sometimes says, yes, we'll give you 3 more people for your payroll because you said you need some people, but we hope you're getting 3 accountants. We think that's where you should get your help. He says, no, I want 3 marketers. We are sitting on a mountain of opportunity, and I want marketing people. And I would think that since my head is on the line, leave it to me. If I'm wrong about needing 3 marketers, you will know it, and I will know it badly too. So how about a little decentralization and let our branches decide on what they need in people and in resources? It's revelation. The third day was spent by the board listening to the competition. Now, you can't ask your competitors to come to your board meeting, right? Well, they happened to focus on a certain competitor, and they had hired from that competitor one of their important people to work for IBM. In other words, they had working for IBM a person who had worked for the competitor. And they said to the IBM person, would you pretend to be the CEO of the company that we want to know more about? And would you lecture the board on what you're going to do with us? What your plot is against us? Well, the young man said, I'd be happy to do it, gentlemen. So on that day, that young man stands up, looks at the 13 members of the board of IBM and says, gentlemen, thank you for inviting me. We are here to bury you. We are here to bury you. By the way, that was something that I think the Russian once said about America, or I forget his name, Khrushchev or so on. But in any case, he went on, he says, you know, you're so focused on hardware that's not the future. The future is software. Wow. Well, one of the board members who was strong on hardware said that I don't think he knows what he's talking about. We do so well with hardware. Took a year or two until the next IBM president came along to say, boy, did we drag ourselves too long with only hardware. We are a software giant, or will be. Okay, not to make more of this, but that was an interesting thing. Every board should experience first some big customers and how they feel about you. Second, your branches and how they feel about you. Thirdly, who's your real competitor that you worry about, and let him tell you what he's going to do to you. Okay, so so much for board stories and how important it is to have the right people on your board who are really ready to talk and be independent. Now, can my slides be shown? Corporations are fortunately changing and re-examining their purposes, goals, and responsibilities. And they have to, because they went through COVID, climate change, social economic headwinds, and now a new war. And even the war has brought about some change. Look at the companies that decided to support the victim, not the aggressor. McDonald's, Starbucks, American Express, closing their operations, losing money, but showing that harm is being done, evil is being done to a country for no good reason. So we won't get into that now, but let me go on to the issues that I'm going to discuss with you. Do you see the 10 challenges, Graham? Graham, are you there?
I am sorry. We're just trying to get the office in India to align your slides with where you're at. I think we need one more slide on, guys. If you can.
Okay.
Please.
Okay.
We were doing fine, and then they went back to your title slide. There we go. We've got the 10 challenges in front of us.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to read all of those challenges because we're going to take up each one. And I want to go to the first one. And the first one is as follows. One second. The fact is that I am trying to, what is happening, Graham, is that my slide set, okay, good. Let me see. I think I've got it. And I want to change to the first of the challenges. And I believe I now have your layout. If that's correct, can we go to the next slide? I will use that term. Good. Yes. All right. The first issue. Now, I'm not going to cover all issues that boards face, just those that I think are interesting and important. So the question is, should your company be shareholder or stakeholder driven? And this is now everywhere, the question. Now, I want to say that a company that is shareholder driven, and most companies are and were and want to continue to be, namely they're getting support and money from the shareholders, and they think that the job of a company is to pay back for all the help the money has done for this company, to pay back the shareholders. And so that means in such a company, there's two groups that are important. Well, who are they? Customers and shareholders. The company is about satisfying those two groups. A stakeholder view is a little different. A stakeholder view says, you know, we make money being a team. We play as a team. And any weakness in our team has to be corrected. And of course, it will not be a weakness if everyone is rewarded who has contributed and created our profitability. So let's go to Unilever. And I am an admirer of Paul Polman, who ran Unilever for 10 years and brought the company's money making from $30 billion to $60 billion in 10 years. And when he was asked who his stakeholders are, he named 7. He says, I have 7 stakeholders. In fact, I'm going to read the list. Consumers, but some are not yet customers. Consumers, customers, business partners like the employees primarily, suppliers, agencies, communities are a customer. The planet is a customer. And who did he list last? It was a laugh because he listed last the shareholders. They joked about it at Unilever that he made them last in considering how to make the company successful. So I believe we have enough evidence that companies that switch from being mostly concerned about the shareholders' welfare to rewarding all the stakeholders outperform those who stay shareholder oriented, and that shareholder companies will become mainstream without having the time to present the evidence on that. Let's go to the second slide. Would you please turn to the second slide? Good. The planet is warming up so much that I have to talk about climate change and what it means to your company. The greenhouse gases are warming the planet, and climate extremes are occurring, like fires and floods and hurricanes, and something I call desertization, you know, making your land parched. And there's a clear need to reduce greenhouse gases, which really is coming primarily from fossil fuel, oil, gas, coal. And our energy mix has to be redone. We must go to renewables like solar and wind. And then we have to do a lot of other things as a company. We have to re-examine our packaging. Our packaging is a big cardboard box, and underneath is a attractive box filled with plastics And all of that's ending up in the ocean. And we got to examine so much. If we make a new commitment to be decarbonizing, what does it take for a company to decarbonize? It has to examine its how it heats the factory, how it lights the factory, how it ships its products, who it purchases from. Why purchase? Let me tell you the Walmart story. Walmart has a supplier who sends needed goods to Walmart stores, but carries them in fuel inefficient trucks that gas up the economy. And he said to the supplier, "You're going to have to drop those trucks. You're getting only 5 miles a gallon on those trucks, and I can't use you as my supplier." So it's not only your company that has to examine the energy mix, the packaging, the shipping. It's all the other parties you deal with. You've got to demand that they decarbonize too. And the new thinking is aim and commit to net zero carbon, net zero. Because right now, the world has heated up already from the pre-industrial time to almost 1.5 centimeters of a rise in our water and so on. We've got to take climate control seriously. And as you start doing that, your costs will go up because you're going to make a lot of investments and changes. The short run cost will go up. The long run cost will go down. You will be more profitable in the long run. So on that question of should you add sustainability to profit making? Yes, it's a balancing act, and try to do it well. So you're more than a for-profit firm. You're for sustainability as well. Next slide. Should the CEOs, and you hire a CEO, come from finance, law, IT, or marketing? Companies are most often headed by finance people with experience in finance. And that is so understandable that I, in my own teaching, always tell my marketing classes, my MBA classes, don't just study marketing and study finance. Finance can be your enemy or your friend. And if you can't show the value, the rate of return on marketing to the finance guys running your company, you're not going to get the budget you want. So nowadays, some companies turn to an IT person for leadership because as we get digital, the old guys don't know the digital. They're not digital natives. And maybe you need someone who can assess with good judgment big bills, big expenditures for new systems and tools coming out of the digital world. So we'll see a search for CEOs who will look like Steve Jobs as the model. But you want a CEO also who understands government, because government's role is growing, and we need a great sensitivity and an anticipatory mindset about what's the next regulation going to be and how will it affect us. Will marketing be the source of a CEO or two? That's a rare event. Well, not never. For example, Starbucks was built and started by Howard Schultz, a dyed-in-the-wool marketer from beginning to end, and he's doing a fantastic job. I just heard, and some of you may have heard, that the next big business of Starbucks is is gas stations. No, I don't mean that they open up at gas stations. I mean that their own Starbucks store will have next to it a electrical box, so that when you drive your electric car and park near Starbucks, you can have your electricity filled while you're having your coffee at Starbucks. So the fueling station will be Starbucks in the future. All right. So marketers may themselves become CEOs, but always give good thought to who's the next CEO. And you know, the rhythm is this: when a good finance person runs the company, and usually with good results, at some point, finance became too much of the logic of the minds of people on the top of the board, and they now need some other mentality to come in, maybe marketing as the mentality. There's a rhythm, because I'll tell you one example that when General Electric, one of our greatest companies, was going to choose a successor to Jack Welch, there were 3 or 4 people who were ready to take over the company, General Electric. And I for one always said to a company, if you're looking for someone to hire, get a GE guy. He's run some company within GE, and you'll find the right person there. And it turned out they selected one person to be the next CEO to follow, and the other 3 were disappointed that they weren't selected, and they went to run 3 other companies. One of them went to run Home Depot, another to run maybe Kellogg, I guess, and another to run Boeing. And the fact is, they were really finance people who did not understand the 3 companies that they took over as CEO. In other words, the GE mindset had become so financial that it didn't really fit the needs of the 3 companies that were taken over. So I leave that thought to you. Be careful in choosing who will run the company. Next slide, please. Should companies seek diversity and gender equality? And of course, I am so for that. And we hear it all the time. And I hope as you are part of other companies, you notice that there's enough diversity and women are represented and so on. Now, another thing in that connection is always distinguish the generations that operate in business. The baby boomers are the older guys usually who are CEOs and top managers in the executive suite. The baby boomers. They had no digital experience at all, but they're ready to learn about it too. And then there's Generation X. Those are populating all the managers around the jobs. They are not at the CEO level and executive suite. And then there's Y, the millennials, who have been the recent hires, who are in their 20s, digitally oriented and trained people. And that's good. And then, of course, some of your newest hires are centennials. And it's a nice mix. A company without millennials or centennials, I wouldn't buy stock in. But the main point I want to make is every generation has lived through a different set of experiences. And that's why there may be intergenerational breakdowns and tensions. I mean, baby boomers grew up with 2 world wars, and then the music, the social movements were what they were at the time. But the centennials, our centennials, grew up with COVID and climate change and so on. So just the brands that people know about and the movies that they've seen and the songs they've heard are all different. So it's very important to compete well for millennials and centennials as a company, and to realize they're different than the values of the predecessors, because they have three values, these younger people. They want a good balance of work, family, and friends. It's not all work. Work stops at 5 o'clock in many cases. Secondly, they grew up with the environmental issues, and they favor environmental protection and government regulation and no polluted air and so on. And thirdly, they even want their company to be concerned with a social problem or two, like poverty or hunger, homelessness. So they have a different mindset, and they're going to push their company to show that the brand of the company shows a caring for more than just profit making. All right, let's move to the fifth question. The fifth one, please, is what should the board of directors know about marketing? Now, marketing probably doesn't come up that often at board meetings. Many board meetings are profit centered and trying to figure out what happened, but always marketing should come up. But the real question I want to ask is, what does the CEO understand about marketing? And I've determined in meeting a lot of CEOs, there are 4 different types of CEOs understandings of marketing. The first type of CEO was a guy I talked to who ran a company. He says, this 4P business is nonsense. There's only 1 P that matters, and that's price. I can sell everything I make if I lower the price enough. True marketing is about price, period. Okay. I think that's very limited. The second type says, yes, we do our marketing planning and we touch 4 Ps. 1 P is price. And the first one is product, price, place, and promotion. And we do a good job of planning the 4 Ps. Good. The second question is, the third type of person, CEO, has even another understanding. He accepts the 4 Ps, but he says, I don't go after the whole market. Mass marketing is for Coca-Cola, and I'm not Coca-Cola. I've got to win by finding those segments of the market that I can win. So I do segmentation, targeting, and positioning. Well, that's a good guy to head your company. The CEO who knows the 4 Ps and the STP is wonderful. Then there are a few CEOs, and P&G is one of them, Procter & Gamble, where their leader, Mr. A.G. Lafley, would say, marketing is the whole company. It's now, you could say, hey, Lafley, that doesn't make the finance people feel good or the manufacturing people. And he says, no, they all are doing marketing. They all are trying to make the best products for their customers, and they all have to think that way. All right, so I guess you get the point that I wish that at board meetings and so on, and the person who runs your company has a very good understanding of marketing. Let's go to the next slide, please. What is the purpose of marketing? Well, this is a continuation of a good statement could be made of the following, that to make and sell products and services that are attractive and appropriate for different consumers who have different levels of income and so on. Well, let's shorten that. I like this one. Answer the question, what is marketing? To create, communicate, and deliver value that satisfies a target market's need or desire at a profit. So I use the initials CCDVTP. Create, communicate, and deliver value to a target market at a profit. Okay. Here's another view of a great company. A great company would say marketing also will be innovating new and better products and services for its target markets. And then someone who's more philosophical could say, you know, our real purpose is to enhance the well-being of customers. That's the business we're in. To serve customers so well that their lives are better. Okay. Let's go to the next slide. 3 types of marketing. I sometimes talk about 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0 marketing. And if you're a 1.0 company, here's where your mind is. It's on the product that you make, on the economic value that you think you're creating, and on the profits you're making, which is fine. That should be there. If you're a 2.0 company, you really have purpose, not just profits. Your purpose, and it comes from your heart, and you're customer oriented, and you have place a big value on people. You're people oriented, and you are interested in social progress, and that the society becomes a better place for everyone. And if you're really spirited, I can imagine a company which is clearly values driven, concerned deeply about the environment, and wanting to create human happiness. So yeah, there are most companies are 1.0, have a 1.0 mindset. A number have switched to a 2.0 mindset, and that's wonderful. And a few might even still be maybe at a 3.0 mindset. So where is your company now? And if you're at 1.0 and want to move, what steps would you take to become a 2.0 company, which is a change in culture? All right, let's now go on to the next slide. Now, this is a whole course in marketing. And I'm just going to say that please be buyer-centered or customer-centered as a company. If you're not, you're product-centered, and you're going to lose to those that are customer-centered. Realize that those people who are going to buy from you, make sure the 4 A's are done well. Don't even do your 4 P's until you know that you've created a lot of awareness of your company. Your products are accessible to the people who you've identified. They are people who accept your product. It's an acceptable product or brand, and they can afford it. So you're going to leave out a lot of people who are not with the money to buy your product, or they're not near where to buy it. Okay, then you do your 4 P's. In the context of the 4 C's, which is 4 factors: company, customers, collaborators, and competitors. You do your STP, and then you engage in a marketing process, which is very well spelled out. All good marketing starts with marketing research, namely knowing the market. And then you go through those steps, which are spelled out, and I won't take any more of your time because this is not a course in marketing. Next slide, please. I often show this because, again, on what is marketing for the CEO and how to think about it, is you're trying to get non-customers to move through 4 stages, actually 5 stages, to become aware of your company, to find your product to be appealing. Then that person will ask some questions. What do you charge? Where do I get your product? And you do a good job of answering those, enough so that the customer tries you. they act, they make a first purchase. And they're satisfied, hopefully. And being satisfied, they buy again and again, and they become a top customer. They become a top customer. They become one of your fans. Okay, now the reason for the other lines here is to just sort out the tools. To work on building awareness, appeal, and answering questions, you're using advertising. To work on making it more interesting to those prospects, you add content to your marketing. To really get to answer real questions and to get people to make their first purchase, use direct marketing. You have their name and you send an email to them about your product, asking them to consider buying it. And then your salespeople go further, especially in business to business marketing. They are now cultivating customers. And then you have set up a lot of distribution channels that make your product appear in more places than in just one place, and so on and so forth. So in a sense, there's an evolution of tools that you use at different stages of the customer's state of being. Is the customer just aware or appealing or acting, and so on and so forth. So let's move on to the next slide. And I just want to remind you that every salesperson has 4 things in mind: to get a new customer, to keep a new customer, to grow the customer, and you do that by upselling. Hey, now the iPhone is in stage number 15 and you only have the 10th version. You upsell and you cross-sell. And then you lost some customers in the meantime to your competitors, so you want to win them back. So those are the 4 mantras of the salesperson. Next slide, please. This is our 6th question. Will advertising, Salesforce, and retailing grow or decline in importance over time? Big concerns. Advertising was been basically for big companies, Fortune 500, the development of a 30-second commercial, costing millions of dollars to develop, and then the millions of dollars to buy the promotion time. What did Procter & Gamble do? They took their huge budget, mostly for 30-second commercials, and they took almost 20% of it and put it into digital. And as they used the digital, they found it works some of the time, and some of the digital works and some doesn't. They found how Facebook does work, FaceTime does work, Instagram does work, but certain other tools were less successful. So the picture is here, P&G goes from taking a big chunk of the advertising budget and puts it into digital to find out what works in digital. And after finding out what works in digital, it cuts down digital. You have to do it. It's a lesson. Your answer should not be, I won't even put any money into digital. Your answer is, put a lot of money into digital from the big budget, find what works, and then cut down because you found that some things didn't work. Okay. Now, what about Salesforce? Do we still need salespeople? Let's take, for example, pharmaceutical sales. You hire a very attractive young lady, and she knows her biology, pharmaceuticals. She comes to visit a doctor. She made an appointment to see a doctor, not for herself, but for selling the latest new pharma product. And she's told by the nurse, sorry, the doctor can't see you. The doctor will ask you to leave a sample of your new product and leave a brochure, and If he has any questions after reading them, he will get in touch with you. So the saleswoman, as attractive as she is not able to get to see most of the doctors. She's there to deliver pills, samples for the to be used by the physician, hopefully. So we have to question Salesforce. There are some companies I've noticed that say, I don't call the salespeople because the information is so complete that I know who to buy from. I don't even have the time to talk to salespeople. I'm not saying this is everywhere. Sales, especially in B2B, business to business, if you're Boeing and you plan to sell to a country X or Y or Z, you got to have people on the ground in those other countries and talking to them, not virtually, not through WebEx or Zoom. Okay, but reconsider how big, what the sales force size should be and how to reward the sales force and so on. I have a whole book on that subject. And then retailing. During COVID, we all stayed home. Many of us did. So we didn't go into stores. In fact, the great benefit was we learned online. More and more people began to get their appliances and even their food delivered by ordering it online using well, in any case, the stores were empty. And the question really is, do we have too many stores? What will make a store successful, especially as we get over the coronavirus? Will people go back to stores? Well, let me say that safely speaking, we will have auto dealerships and they will be visited because people want to see the car and they want to test drive. Yeah. You're going to have furniture stores or furniture showrooms because people don't want to buy an expensive sofa without sitting on it and knowing the material and so on. We're going to need, a lot of shops and stores will be needed to touch the goods, and especially fashion goods. Women want to try on something they're going to buy, and men too. So, but the real question then is your store run well? Is this the kind of store that people walk into and then they walk out of without buying anything? What can you do to improve the in-store experience and make it exciting? What are the colors in your store? What is the training of your salespeople? Are they friendly and creative and interesting people themselves? So yes, retailing has a future. It will come back to life in many ways, but do it well. Let's go to the next slide, slide 7. Which new digital tools will come into greater use and impact? Well, I've listed a lot of them. And in fact, my book called Marketing 5.0 goes into them in more detail. Let me choose a few. Artificial intelligence, AI, is going to be throughout your company, handling shipments, handling returns, but particularly you're going to get into algorithms, and please understand what they are. They're decision-making tools. Let's take a bank. Every bank has an expert banker who knows whether a loan should be made to a borrower or not. He looks over the borrower and he decides yes or no based on the data that he sees in front of him or her. Okay, if that banker expert goes back over his past decisions, he will find that he made some mistakes. he loaned money to some people who never paid it back. So if you could take his judgments and then correct them for what he should have considered more fully, you have created an algorithm that replaces his decision-making with something better. Now the who to make a loan to has incorporated in it his best ideas plus what was assessed to be the important variables that really make a difference. And the same thing is happening with colleges. Colleges now don't just do admissions through an admissions person just judging a person from his background. They turn it over to algorithms, which have much more comprehensive information about whether to admit that person to that college or not. All right. All of this is based on being willing to collect bigger data and to do machine learning, which is a term for applying mathematical tools like cluster analysis and regression analysis to produce learnings about how much weight should be given to different factors in a decision. Okay, and your companies are all now using digital and social media along with regular old-fashioned advertising. You've already done some voice recognition. You maybe even created a woman called Siri or a woman called Alexa who will answer questions on your website. Chatbots means that you just introduced a new product and it's on the shelves, but people wanting to know about the product, they press a button and it says, "Oh, good, you have some questions for me," and Chatbot answers the questions about the new product. So you didn't need a live person repeating the same questions that come up from the new people who first see the product. Please use virtual reality. Don't make a new car and build a new factory to make it. First, design the car on the computer and then cast it in a virtual reality form so that a customer can put on these glasses and see himself or herself going to your dealership, getting into the new car, sitting down, turning the engine on and driving the new car, none of which exist really. It's virtual. But he's asked to vote afterwards. Was that a good car? Was that a good experience? And when the number of votes are very positive, now you can put money into a factory to build that car. Okay. Watch for blockchains and Bitcoins and new currencies. They will affect your business. There's now maybe 1,000 new currencies. They're not yet acceptable by most sellers, but get to understand that we're moving to a whole new reality called blockchains and new currencies. Please do your best in mapping the customer's journey. How did that customer hear about us? Who told him? What media did he see? Were we at the touch points? If we're not at the touch points on the journey he takes, he doesn't hear about our company and he goes to a competitor. So let's map our customer journeys, find out what paths they take to get to us and what the touch points are. And you can talk about some of these other things happening in marketing that are digital tools, but I think in the interest of time, I'm going to go on to the next slide, please, number 8. What is the relation between product development and marketing that the board has to consider? What you're seeing here is a picture of myself and the leader of Fujifilm. Kodak is dead. Why? Because the camera the cell phone has a good camera. You don't have to buy film to take pictures. Kodak, which had invented that, but never produced it or made it work, died because the film business died. Fuji had a leader, a great leader, Komori, who said, we've got so many trade secrets. We learned so much in developing even color film, which take 14 steps, that we have a treasure of ideas that can be turned into products. And you know, Fujifilm now is bigger than it was before. And it's in not only image making, in medicine, medical products, skincare, Fujifilm. So the real question is this: do you have a good relationship in your company between the innovators, or we call them product development people, and the marketers? Innovators are masters of the possible, but they're often not good at the valuable. It takes marketers to say whether the possible is really going to be of value to any customers. So here's the thing. In the old days, when a company developed a product, it was developed without a marketing person all along the development. In fact, marketing only came in when the product was ready, was already made, be sold. Then the marketer's job is to sell it. But the marketer was not drawn into how to make a better product that would sell better. Well, we've changed that, I hope. In our book on that subject called Never Stop. By the way, so that's the motto of Fujifilm, never stop. In our book, we describe how marketing and innovation has to work together all the time. Let's go to number 9 now. Should company brands take a stand on public issues? Now, normally, your brand is simply information about your product and its performance and its price and where to get it. But you know, with the environment, with COVID, with climate change, maybe your brand should take on more meaning about caring. In fact, we wrote a whole book called Brand Activism. Again, the word activism, from a purpose to action. In other words, your brand has to have meaning that clicks with the customer. Oh, that's a company I like. They care more than about profit making only. They're practicing sustainability and so on. Now, let me say this is not a new thing, because let's go to the next slide. Here is a list of companies that do have causes beyond the initial one of selling their product and making some money. And I'm drawing this from my book, Corporate Social Responsibility, where we studied 45 companies. Kraft, which makes cheeses, knows that obesity is a bad problem in the United States. People eat a lot of things that are fattening, and Kraft makes fattening product. They've got to think carefully about how to reduce obesity. And Avon sells a lot of things to women, a lot of nice things and goods. And women are concerned with the problem of breast cancer. And Avon has raised money, millions and millions, to help researchers in that field of research. So does your company have any cause? Now, of course, Coca-Cola has not listed right there, but and Pepsi-Cola is listed. Pepsi-Cola, water. Without water, you can't make Pepsi-Cola or Coca-Cola. So those companies making those products, they are investing huge amounts of money to conserve water and the quality of water and so on. So yes, smart companies have a higher cause. Let's move on to the next one. This is the last question. How can a company be creative and innovative? And I want to say there are 4 things to make sure of as a board member when you raise questions at the board. How creative, you know, this question wouldn't come up at Toyota. Toyota, so creative. It wouldn't come up at 3M Company. You know, it's in there at Toyota, and I've been there so many times. Every worker is thinking on how to get rid of his job because he can do it better, faster, or the job isn't even essential. They're always attuned to trying to make things better every day. You know, it's called Kaizen. How to improve every time, all the time. Okay, so hire employees. Make sure some of the people you're hiring are people who are exciting. They have new ideas. They can think out of the box. Secondly, celebrate creative ideas that came from your employees. Don't just get the ideas and maybe give them a bonus. Celebrate them for the ideas that they brought to the company. 3, invite customers to offer ideas. Now, Starbucks, again, new system. When you go into Starbucks, there's a place where you can type in or put in a piece of paper about some idea you have that would make Starbucks better for you as a customer. And 4th, just by diversifying the board members, you're likely to have new sources of ideas for your company. Next slide, please. I use this slide because I wrote a book called H2H Marketing. What does that stand for? Human to human. We're in the person-to-person business and so on. And I want to describe, keep clicking on this, the 3 types of bad marketing. What are they? Unethical marketing, wasteful marketing, and inane marketing, which is silly marketing that didn't do you any good. What you want is H2H marketing. And the next slide, which I think is the last slide. Well, it's next to the last slide. Some summary. Buyers will select the best brands in the future, without needing much help from advertising or salespeople, because marketing success will depend mainly on smart pricing, strong branding, and owning dominant channel positions. Watch for that. Marketing creativity will be crucial. As a matter of fact, you have a lot of people in a company who are very good professional marketers. That is, they are able to sell the goods you have produced. That's not enough. You want entrepreneurial marketers, those who are coming up with new things, ideas of new things to market. So we want to add entrepreneurial marketers to the professional marketers. Third, marketers who make use of customer journey mapping and touch point marketing and more work with personas and content and influencers, things I didn't get into without having the time to. Fourth, marketers will use virtual reality to gauge buyers' interest in possible future products before actually the company making those products. Marketers will use neuroscience to identify the best stimuli. In other words, yes, you may have hired a sociologist or a psychologist. Watch for neuroscientists. They are people who have studied the human brain, and they can add value to your programs, your marketing programs, and make more use of predictive analytics and machine learning to identify and convert the best prospects. I think we're ready for my last slide. Within 5 years, if you're in the same business you are in now, you're going to be out of business. Graham, that's my message for my listeners and my directors, and thank you very much for the invitation to share this. I think we're going to have some questions too.
Thank you so much, Philip. You describe yourself as a humanist, which I resonate with too. As Professor King highlighted earlier, organizations are inanimate. It's the people that are working within them that make the decisions, that do things that are constructive and destructive. I think you've just delivered an absolutely amazing marketing 101 by highlighting the real people that are, and the human history that's behind so many of the organizations that we look to as role models and as case studies. So thank you so much. The chat line is fascinating. The people that are praising the conversation that you've just, or the presentation you've just delivered. We're working to a tight schedule, and so with the permission of the organisers, I'd like to ask one question, and I'm afraid we're going to have a slight change to the programme. So if you'll bear with me on that one, it's a question about corporate governance, and it relates very much to your question 9 about brand activism and public issues. Back in the 1950s, I think it was, there was a transition in the United States when the anecdote goes, the chairman of General Motors at the time had the audacity to suggest to the president of the United States that he should visit Detroit rather than the other way around, because General Motors was frankly more powerful than the United States president was. Now, whether that's true or not, individuals' fortunes go up and down and so on. But at the moment, we're actually seeing 2 multinationals in Russia refusing to withdraw their operations at the request of governments and the United Nations. And we've got a lot of organizations where they are frankly bigger and more powerful than even national economies. That means that the marketing professionals wield enormous power because they are dictating the values and the beliefs and so on of their market. I was just wondering if you could sort of share any thoughts on how that marketing profession should be regulated, behave, encouraged to adopt different values.
Wonderful question. And getting back to the early part of your question, what happened at General Motors is the head of General Motors says, what's good for General Motors is good for America. In other words, it's like, again, the company has well defined what they're doing the right thing for the country and so on. So you're asking about how companies ought to react in a political world, a world that has become very political and so on. You know, I had no time to say this, but I'm reading a book now called, oh God, I forgot the title. It has to do with the question of income distribution. Oh, it goes this way. We are all interested in economic growth. It's a maxim of capitalism. We must get 3%, 4% growth because it means more jobs, and we want to have no unemployment if possible. Everyone should have a job. So economic growth is just normal. Well, we've had in advanced countries a lot of growth, but it wasn't distributed well enough. It wasn't distributed because the problem that is being looked at about capitalism is a beautiful system for making the rich richer. It does a beautiful job because, especially when it's shareholder capitalism, not stakeholder capitalism, it's very evident that wages have not caught up at all with, so I'm working for a company, therefore, that is to make the rich richer, but not to change my salary as a worker. So I think we have to spend much more time as companies going for a fairer income distribution, which will make the economy, the companies grow faster because there will be more money, more people with money to make more demand for goods. However, the downside is that means more climate problems and more climate warmth. We have a real problem here as to what side do we take? Are we for economic growth, unregulated, continuous economic growth? Or are we going to choose, can we balance that with having good climate? And then how do we get the United Nations, which was set up to solve problems like the one we're having now, but never given the forces, the military power to discipline a criminal who is running a country? So we can't, that opens up a whole can of thinking. And I hope your board members, that members of all boards, go beyond the normal questions of did the company do well, but raise the question which you're raising: what should the company's voice be and responsibilities be about what's happening in society too? Okay.
Thank you very much. This goes down as one of those tipping point days in my life when I've had somebody like yourself and I've been able to ask a direct question to. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
The appreciative comments in the chat area, it's got to be the longest list that I have ever seen in an IOD conference online. So many people have appreciated what you've had to say. If this was a face-to-face event, I am absolutely certain that you would be receiving a standing ovation at the moment. So thank you so much.
Well, I'll take leave, and thank you, Graham, so much for the invitation. It means a lot to me too. Thank you. I'll say goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, the IOD tries to be both flexible and to present big challenges, and they have certainly exceeded themselves today. We're going to have a change and have an additional guest of honor keynote address. Our extra guest of honor is Dr. Arun Kumar Mehta, who is the Chief Secretary of the Government of Jammu and Kashmir. Dr. Mehta has risen to the challenge of trying to follow in the shoes of Professor Kotler. Dr. Mehta is a 1988 batch IAS officer from the J&K cadre. He was originally from the state of Bihar. He's done a BTEC from IIT Delhi, followed by an MTech in civil engineering and a PhD. Dr. Mehta was impaneled for a central government position as a secretary in the government of India in 2020. He was earlier serving as additional secretary in the Ministry of the Environment and Forest and Climate Change, and he assumed his J&K mission in December 2018. Dr. Mehta, thank you for trying to rise to the challenge. I'm delighted to hand over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. It's such a pleasure to be with you. And what I'm going to do today is to talk about the challenge that we have been facing in J&K and how we have been seeing a new horizon and a new dawn. So my topic of, am I visible or?
Yes.
What I'm going to talk about is the kind of changes that are happening in J&K and how J&K is emerging as a very attractive new destination for investment and how corporates should be interested in taking a serious look at J&K. When you talk about J&K, normally image that comes to mind of any person is a place ridden with difficulties and a place which had so many difficult incidents in past. But let me say that during the last couple of years, things have changed dramatically. One of the changes that has happened is that what we typically call days of hartals and bands. And this is basically days on which everything is closed because there is some difficulty, but those days are gone. Today, J&K witnesses no hartals in Kashmir, no hartals in Jammu, virtually a very different environment. What happened in 2019 brought one philosophy into existence, which was one nation, one market. And the barriers to that market were removed. For example, there was a toll tax at Lakhanpur. Many of you may not be knowing, but this was an entry point to J&K. And that was abolished, creating a new integrated market. And things started to change there from The laws that we have in J&K today are at par with the laws in the rest of the country. And why I say so, because earlier the laws were not at par. So that again has changed, and during the last couple of years, if you are working elsewhere in India, you probably also understand what J&K is. And I have this submission that J&K does a little better than that. And so we had a delegation coming from Dubai, and last evening we had 35 different groups of investors looking at J&K seriously. And we are seeing a lot of interest what J&K offers. Now, what has changed during the last couple of years is the following. We have concentrated on what is called good governance, and very, very seriously. I would invite any one of you to take a look at J&K today, and this is one of the most transparent governance systems in the country today. And if you look at all public investments in J&K, these are available online. You can actually take a look at what government is investing where. And we call it empowerment. It's basically saying that enabling citizens to have oversight over public expenditure, and the kind of transparency we have been able to build is parallel to, we don't have many parallels at the moment. On the good governance index, we have improved, but what is important is that on the district good governance index, we are the first ones to launch district good governance index in India. And coming from J&K, this is a new dawn, and this is the kind of change that is happening. We have a good infrastructure, and many of you would remember that how beautiful J&K is, but you would not think of J&K in terms of railway connectivity. Come 23 December and you will have railway connectivity. Roads are much better. Those of you who are familiar, from Jammu to Srinagar, you used to take 12 hours about a year ago. Now it takes 5 hours. That's the kind of change. So we have better roads. We have railways which are going to come, and we are having highest ever air traffic in the history of J&K. And we now have international flights connecting to Sharjah. So whether you look at air connectivity, you look at roads, you look at water, you look at electricity, the basic infrastructure which is there for any corporate to take interest, most of the habitations are connected with good roads, and there is electricity, water supply, and the basic infrastructure that is required for a corporate to take a look at, we are there. When we talk about the modern world, we look at what kind of e-governance we follow, and I'm very happy to tell you that about a year back, we used to work in physical mode. We had physical files. We had something called Darbar Move. We had 2 capitals, and we used to move from Jammu to Srinagar and Srinagar to Jammu. No longer. We work in e-mode, or we no longer work in physical files. So we can do our files in J&K sitting at Delhi or sitting in USA, and it makes no difference to us. So the culture of Darbar Move was gone, and we can now monitor who is doing what in real time. So I probably find out what my officers are doing about their work. How this is important is the following. We have 130-odd services, which is a part of ease of doing business. We have a framework in India, which we call ease of doing business. There are 2 components. One is reducing compliance burden, and many of the corporates across the world would like to know that how much is the compliance burden and how difficult it is to get by with that. So we are trying to reduce the compliance burden, but importantly, we have almost all services available online. So in times to come, those who are interested in looking at J&K as a serious proposition will be able to work online without a difficulty. And we are also we have moved with 28 services which is available on mobile governance, which we call M-governance. And that's the kind of change that is beginning to take place. So I'll just tell you about the impact of all this. If you look at infrastructure, we used to complete about 9,000 projects in a year. Now we are completing roughly 40 to 50,000 projects a year. That's the change that is happening, is 4 to 5 times. And the cost is nearly 30% down. So And my point is that J&K has been known for its beautiful landscape, known for its lofty mountains, but now it is a serious contender for investments. And I think all the audience who are looking at good governance, looking at corporate governance and what they should be exploring further, I would suggest that you should very, very quickly look at J&K as well, because the kind of advantages it offers in terms of infrastructure, good governance, the land laws have changed very fundamentally. Earlier, it was virtually shut. There was a door shut on the investment because the land laws were not permitting any kind of buying of land. So now it is allowed. So if an investor is there who wants to acquire land in J&K, it's possible. So for the first time, it's possible to invest in J&K and be secure about it. In terms of law and order, there is a huge improvement. As I told, that if you look at just the number of terrorist incidents, recruitment, they have come down very, very substantially. And there is 90% decrease in ceasefire violations, just a number to capture the point that I'm making, but no longer disruption for the past. We have very high interest. We have roughly about, there was a real estate summit. There was a lot of interest in that. And we signed a number of MOUs. If I remember the number correctly, it was more than 39. And we have investments worth at least 50 or 1,000 crores, which we think 14,000, we have 14,000 crores. I'm talking in terms of Indian rupee. Those land have been allotted for 14,000. But we are looking at much more, and we expect that a lot of employment will be created. I'll be very happy to answer questions that people may have, because I can go on and on, but that may not be what people might be interested in knowing. But in terms of what J&K offers today, I suggest that take a good hard look at it. We are having highest ever tourism. And this is a point I would like to end my initial note with. We have just inaugurated the Tulip Festival today. And the Tulip Festival has roughly 1.5 million tulip flowers. We have the highest ever tourism, ever, not despite COVID. During October, November, December, January, February, March. The highest figure for March we have already crossed. We still have a few days to go. And this is despite the COVID pandemic. And so you can look at the kind of change that is happening. And well, welcome to J&K. So
thank you.
I'll be very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mehta. It's fascinating. Clearly, J&K has been described as a paradise on earth, which is universally acknowledged. It's quite an extraordinary place. We have got one question has popped up on screen straight away, which is, how is the state of J&K strategically positioned to contribute to the nation's rise as a $5 trillion economy?
We are, our GDP today is roughly about 1.8 lakh crore, and I'm talking of Indian rupee. We expect that in less than 5 years, it will be at least double. And we are very confident of that. The reason for that is that our infrastructure is significantly better. The pace of development is infinitely better. But if you look at the saffron, you look at the agriculture production, we look at many new products. We have more than 300 forest produce, which are of significance. So look at handicraft. We have a very rich heritage of handicraft. If we look at J&K handloom, and J&K shawls have been very famous, paper mache. They're all unique products, and there's a lot of interest in them. And so J&K probably would emerge as one of the fastest growing economy in country without a shade of doubt.
Great. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Mehta. A great demonstration of the transformation that a state can achieve. And I hope that it will be possible in sometime soon for the IOD to provide another platform where this kind of inspirational change can be explored in a lot more depth. because I think there are lessons in your story that so many of us can learn from. So thank you very much indeed for that. I'm going to have to hand over to Ashok Kapoor. That's not that I don't want to, but to hand over to Ashok Kapoor, whose job it is to offer a vote of thanks to this amazing panel of speakers and award winners. Over to you, Ashok.
Thank you, Graham. Friends, on behalf of IOD India, we are grateful to all our more than 850 participants from 22 countries across the globe for being with us today on this special Golden Peacock Awards ceremony for excellence in corporate governance and sustainability for 2021. Today, the Golden Peacock Award has become a benchmark of corporate excellence, not only in India, but also increasingly abroad in more than 20 countries. Friends, you'll be glad to know that IOD's Golden Peacock is now displayed in the New York Times Square billboard of NASDAQ. First of all, we express our profound gratitude to Professor Dr. Philip Kotler, Distinguished Professor of International Marketing, J.L. Kellogg School of Management, USA. Dr. Kotler has joined us from USA, who is described globally as a guru of modern marketing. He is the author of over 80 books, including such primers for modern organizations as Marketing Management, Principles of Marketing, etc. He underlined that in the ultimate analysis, organization is all about marketing. Professor Judge Mervyn King, Chairman, King Committee on Corporate Governance, patron Good Governance Academy, Chair Emeritus of GRI, is a former judge of the Supreme Court of South Africa. He is the Chair Emeritus of the International Reporting Council, Chairman Emeritus of the Global Reporting Initiative, and a member of the Private Sector Advisory Group to the World Bank Corporate Governance. Dr. Arun Mehta, Chief Secretary, J&K, is arguably one of the most well-informed Indian experts in sustainability and environment, having served the Government of India with distinction for almost 10 years. It is a record for any civil servant in independent India. He is the author of the famous one-liner that he opened his address with, "One nation, one market." Dr. Mehta gets the credit for it. Our congratulations to all the declared winners of Golden Peacock Awards for Excellence in Corporate Governance and Sustainability 2021 from the leading industry and business groups, government, public and private sectors from India. Our special thanks are hereby extended to the global award winners from France, USA, UAE, Bermuda, and Switzerland. We thank Mahindra & Mahindra, Honeywell International USA, EvalueServe Holdings Switzerland, Capgemini France, Aster DM Healthcare UA, IBM USA, Impact Bermuda, Emirates National Oil Company UAE, Tata Communications, Asian Paints, Oil India, Sonata Software, Blue Star, Varun Beverages, Dixon Technologies, Stein Jane International, PL Industries, Signify Innovations India, Embassy Office Parks, REIT, Star Union Daiichi Insurance Company, Sonata Software, Agriculture Insurance Company of India, SAP Labs of India, Tata Steel, Nalco, Adani Green, Bangalore International Airports, etc. We also thank almost 1,000 applicants for this award. We wish them all success for the next time. Our thanks are also to Mr. Suhil Seth, Managing Partner of Council Age India, a branding and marketing organization. He advises chairpersons and CEOs across the country on good governance, which comprise some of the most successful corporates in India, including Tata's, Reliance, Hero Motors, Diageo, Vodafone, Indian Railways, British Airways, etc. Mr. Seth is really a thinker out of the box, as you must have all noticed. Thanks are also due to Dr. Devashish Mitra, President in Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, serving his third term in the Council of ICAI. He's also a cost accountant, company secretary, and holds a master's degree in commerce and a law graduate. He has a doctorate degree and is the editor of ICAI Journal. Lastly, we are especially thankful in absentia to the chairman of the GPA Awards jury, Honorable Justice M.N. Venkatachalaya, Padma Vibhushan, former Chief Justice of India, and Lieutenant General Surendranath, PVSM, AVSM, retired, former Chairman UPSC and Vice Chief of Army, and now Vice Chairman Institute of Directors, and a distinguished member of the jury, and all other eminent members of the High Part Awards jury who worked even during the pandemic to select the winners today. Our special thanks to Dr. Graham Wilson, Leadership and Organization Development, University of Oxford, UK, who, as before, moderated the awards session. He's an expert on modern management who is known throughout Europe. We are thankful to our supporting partners, the Institute of Corporate Directors, Malaysia, and the Institute of Corporate Directors, Philippines. We are also thankful to the members of the print and electronic media who have registered and joined the webinar today, as also to the Cisco WebEx platform for hosting us. Friends, we thank you all once again.